tend to forget. Just get a bigger venue. Okay. Okay, appreciate it.
See out there? Huh? You can actually see out there?
I see Witt's over here. Denise said Jim Witt. You know Jim Witt?
Yeah.
From Tri-State. He worked at Tri-State Railroad, but
Yep.
he lived out there by apartments.
Big in Pheasants Forever.
Yeah. Him and his wife are out there.
You guys ready?
As ready as can be.
6:30, we'll open the meeting. Roll call.
Mike Coddington,
Here.
Sue Doss,
Here.
Jonathan Hohenstein,
Here.
Matt Counts,
Here.
Tim Bull,
Present.
Shane Fagan,
Here.
Bob Wilson.
Here. Please join me in the pledge to the flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag. Call to the board. Any additions or subtractions to the agenda?
Mr. Supervisor, if I may,
Sure.
I believe we need to add approval of the agenda to the agenda. It's perhaps implied, but it is not part of the agenda. As well as I would motion to move the call to the public before the data center moratorium ordinance discussion.
Okay, so regarding the call to the board, that's what we're doing, is approving the agenda under the call to the board.
Okay.
And then under the ordinance and the call to the public, the intention is to have the board discussion, deviate the agenda to call to the public, listen to call to the public, deviate back to the discussion and have the vote.
Understood.
Does that
And that would
satisfy
satisfy me, yes.
All right, so is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Move to approve the agenda as presented.
Support.
Motion by Hohenstein, seconded by Doss. Discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Approval of the minutes of the regular board meeting for October 14th.
Move to accept the minutes from October 14th as presented. Support.
Motion by Hohenstein, seconded by Counts. Discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Data center moratorium ordinance. Mr. Patterson, you take that?
Yep. Chris Patterson, I hope everyone can hear me, Township Council. I'm getting good noise, so I think that's true. Wanted to sort of present the moratorium. Our office did prepare it at direction from the Township Board at a prior meeting, and I thought it was helpful. I wanted to ensure that at least in the conversation related to the moratorium that's in the packet, that we had a good understanding of how it worked. So a little bit of background on it, and then particularly, and I'll talk about the actual moratorium ordinance, the content that's in it. I did provide on your table when you sat down just a really simple flow chart between what looks like two sort of scenarios, and I'll discuss those so that you're aware of what they say, but it was only for purposes of sort of a graphical representation of what I'm going to actually then speak to. So with respect to kind of why we're here, Township Board, I think, directed the drafting of a moratorium to look at basically putting a pause on the review and citing of actual zoning applications for purposes of a data center or data processing. And I think you'll see I'm going to try to hit on this point But the real key that's in the moratorium and the direction is looking at the actual use and siting of a data center and processing, and I'll get to the distinctions. Now, under the Howell Township zoning ordinance, you currently have data processing. You don't have a definition or a listed use for data center. So the idea is to take a look at that use itself and determine if you were to cite it to a specific piece of property, what those standards may look like. And of course, right now, data processing is listed in research and technology. So it would look at expanding on that. I understand the board has sort of directed that conversation to a committee. So this moratorium is really designed to sort of support that process while they're going through that ordinance review and they bring back those legislative recommendations. We would be putting sort of a freeze, as they essentially say, on the review and the processing of specific applications to cite the use on a specific piece of property. Now, the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act itself doesn't specifically address moratoriums, but they're generally supported by U.S. Supreme Court case law and other case law that it is an appropriate use for zoning tools to make sure that we don't create any inconsistencies in a land use while we're working at developing what may be standards that come from the actual committee itself. One thing, though, that's always important with zoning is always a balance of looking at individual pieces of property. So you'll see when I talk through the actual sections in the ordinance, there is a part that's in the ordinance that's for a waiver, and that's to really look at people's due process rights and just ensure that there isn't any facial taking of anybody's property rights in the process. This would sort of be a safety valve or a gap just for additional sort of legal defense, a conservative approach to make sure that if there's some situation in adopting a blanket moratorium that hasn't been completely considered, the board would always have an ability to look at that waiver piece, which I'll get to, and address that situation on a case-by-case basis. Looking at the actual moratorium language itself, so that was in the packet, and I just wanted to highlight a couple pieces, and then in doing so we can talk through sort of the flow chart, because one of the things that I think is important, particularly I think relevant to even the public's attendance, is the current pending rezoning application. So we do need to think about the moratorium in relation to the adoption of that moratorium, its effective date, and then what its impact is on the current pending rezoning that was already started to be processed, and we had a recommendation out of the Planning Commission. The moratorium ordinance itself, if we go to section 1, that's really where the rubber meets the road. So that's the piece that specifically indicates we're putting a blanket prohibition on establishment of the use of data centers, and that would be the approval. But it's important to realize that when we think about the application of actually allowing the use to be approved, in the zoning context, we're talking about administrative requests, so site plans, special use permits, the actual documents that would get presented to us later in a process. That is not the same as the legislative request that's being asked to do a rezoning, because a rezoning that's being presented currently is a change in use. That's a legislative decision to ask to change that current A1 district to a different use district, research and technology, and decide if you're okay with that use district change. So I just want to be clear that section 1 currently is focused on, if enacted by the board, it would not allow the review and approval of an actual application to cite a data center. So a site plan or a special use permit, whatever gets recommended out of the committee that gets adopted through the Planning Commission and zoning process. It's not addressing the legislative action that's being requested of the township, the rezoning. That's basically an amendment to the map. That map's a part of the zoning ordinance, and that power ultimately rests with this board. So you don't need to put a pause on that. It's your decision as to how you take that up. So I just want to be clear about that. Section 1 is designed to prohibit, if in place for the term of the moratorium, the review and the citing of zoning application requests for site plans or special use permits, completely separate from the legislative request that's currently pending, the rezoning, to determine whether you would rezone A1 to RT. The term, and this also dovetails with the waiver, so the term is set up for 6 months, or unless the township board adopts something extending it, or if we get an ordinance in effect that essentially deals with the reason you're putting this moratorium in place. The way that the common law works is it supports a freeze on these temporary uses during the time that we're trying to prepare and draft that new legislative policy, so we don't cause any conflicts with sort of deciding how we would cite a use now in relation to something that we might get in a couple months, whatever gets recommended through that process. And we don't necessarily know exactly how long it will take. You have to go through the planning commission process. My understanding is probably the committee or the planning commission will start working on something that gets recommended out. And so it gives you some time to sort of have that process play. Because it is a complete prohibition, so no uses can be reviewed or applied for, our current zoning ordinance would allow you to apply for data processing if you were in the right use district, right? It's already listed, it's been listed in there. And so to just deal with anybody who would look at the zoning ordinance and say, well, wait, I'm allowed to apply for this use today on properly zoned property, but now I have a moratorium in place that's impacting my ability to proceed. The waiver is just designed to deal with those case-by-case uses. If someone were to present a situation that we're not all aware of today, then certainly that waiver would be effectuated. Now, the waiver itself still requires a process by the township board, so it's not like it's automatic. The way the language is written in section 6, that waiver still is going to require a request. It's still got to come before the township board, and that request would have to accompany itself with sufficient evidence to satisfy you all that you think that that'd be appropriate. But we just put that in there as a stopgap. We do it in a lot of our moratoriums more recently to just deal with some of the claims that we would get about the due process rights and the takings pieces, because you can't figure out everything today that might come in the next 6 months. And then for purposes of moratoriums adopted as a police power, this one we're going to make effective immediately. Realize that we're not doing this through the zoning process, right? So we're implicating that zoning process by doing this, but this is a police power ordinance. So something that may have to come after this is obviously doing basically a very similar thing through the zoning process. That's another reason that we allow the waiver, is just to protect those potential legal claims. And if there's a case or some unusual circumstances the board needs to address, the waiver does that. Now, what's I think sort of tough is it's one thing to talk in the abstract about the different sort of approval process and the way the moratorium plays out in that section 1. So what I did put in front of the board was just something pretty simple I sketched out this morning related to a flow chart of what I'm trying to make the distinction of related to the legislative request that's pending, because I just want to make sure there's clarity on this before there's action taken. You currently already have the rezoning application pending. It's already been before the Planning Commission, recommended out, sent during the review period to the County Planning Commission. So really the last step is for that to come back to the Township Board for some action to be taken. In a normal situation, the next step for that rezoning review is that the Township Board would set it for a meeting, and it's your prerogative under the zoning ordinance if you would set it for a public hearing and take it back up, or you actually can just take it to your meeting and discuss it. On the first sheet that has the blue boxes, it says scenario 1. So this is the scenario that presents itself as the moratorium is drafted and we put it in the packet. What it indicates is you currently have that application pending. If you adopt a proposed moratorium, you go down the right side. That rezoning request is legislative. That's a change of a land use district. It's not implicated. You could set it for a public hearing. You could take action on that rezoning. And then when you come back down, that moratorium is when the moratorium would still implicate the developer could not proceed forward on a request for an actual site plan or special use or whatever gets recommended out from that committee until after the moratorium is over or expires or there's an ordinance adopted. The only way to short circuit that administrative request during the 6 months the moratorium is in place is on the left side, which is through that section 6 that's in the ordinance, right? You'd have to have a waiver filed, and the waiver would have to be granted by the board, and then only at that point could the administrative rezoning request of either currently data processing, for instance, is a site plan that's permitted by right in that use district, only then could that use request proceed for which to actually site a data center on a specific piece of property. Otherwise, the moratorium then ends, and then just like any other use currently under the zoning ordinance, could be applied for and it would be processed as the zoning ordinance requires. So if scenario 1 is saying, if this board were to be inclined to put the moratorium in effect, that rezoning as a separate legislative request to change the zoning map to a different land use would still proceed forward. The board would have to decide what's the timing of meeting again on it, a public hearing, processing it. Whatever process, whatever you get done doing, you get to decide if you would approve or deny that rezoning. The moratorium is still in place. So once that action gets done, if you were to deny it, then it's pretty much, then you can't obviously seek any administrative approvals on that specific piece of property because it's not in the right land use district. If the rezoning even were approved, however, that moratorium is still in place, so it would require a Section 6 waiver. You'd have to take that issue up before they could seek an administrative zoning approval for the actual facility being proposed on a specific piece of property. So then the second scenario is just a situation where, and this is what I was trying to make sure that there was clarity on, because sometimes people would read the moratorium as prohibiting and currently including the current pending application. So I think scenario 2 is what you might have thought, and we just want to make sure this is clear with the language that we've drafted. Scenario 2 would actually have the moratorium. Some people might be believing that moratorium would actually apply to that rezoning, and that's not the case. That's not what drafted, but we just wanted to show you the differences. That's like a straight line, right? The moratorium would go into effect. You'd still have a Section 6 waiver, but they'd have to apply for a waiver before any further action could happen. The reason that we don't recommend that is because the rezoning is a legislative act. It ultimately rests at this board. So you would get to determine the timing and how you would decide to move forward on that anyways. You don't need a moratorium to put that in place. The moratorium is designed so that staff at the township, everybody who would process the administrative piece of an actual application knows, hey, township board has given us direction. We have a current ordinance in effect. We are basically prohibited from proceeding forward on that request. So I just wanted those two scenarios for you so that if you had questions or concerns about the moratorium, you completely understood those distinctions on how that process would play forward. And then I do think that as it relates to looking at the moratorium ordinance, depending on whether you decide to effectuate it or not, of course, if you don't effectuate it, you're still sitting at scenario 1 essentially anyways, because it's the only current application you have pending, right? But you still probably need to decide then what you're going to do with that conditional rezoning. If you're going to proceed forward, the timing of that public hearing, whatever you're doing with respect to that piece. So wanted that out there, wanted to make sure that if there were any questions on the moratorium that we could answer those. And then if there was any other thoughts on it, we would be sure to clarify those as well.
Okay, any members of the board have questions for Chris regarding this discussion? Explanation?
Mr. Chair, I do. So Chris, what you're basically saying is this moratorium is only for the application of the building of a data center. It does nothing to affect the rezoning request.
Correct.
So if it's a conditional rezoning for a data center, can you proceed with the rezoning?
Yes.
So once the rezoning is complete, what if that almost guarantees you could put a data center there, correct?
No. So it all depends, because under the moratorium, if there's no waiver applied for, you have limited the ability for any applications to proceed, right?
For
So-
6 months.
Correct. Or an extension by resolution as decided by the township board. I would assume that if the purpose of this moratorium is to have a committee and the planning commission work on new regulations for the zoning ordinance, that time is typically going to be commensurate with the time it takes for those changes to get back to you. However it is that you are all deciding to make adjustments to your zoning ordinance to deal with the siting of data centers or data processing.
So one of the questions with this particular application is because it's a rezoning for a data center and it's being rezoned to research and technology. And I'm not sure there's an agreement that that's where a data center should belong. And I think that's part of the moratorium, is to determine that maybe further down the line. But if it's rezoned in the meantime to R&T and data processing is in there and data center doesn't get included, how does that, I guess I'm a little confused.
So, two things on that. First, the conditional rezoning is a legislative change. You are still rezoning it to RT, but you're actually rezoning it to a narrower land use district. RT only permitting the use data center. But you're not actually citing this specific data center in that location. So it's one step along the process. That would allow the applicant to then come back and say, well, I now have land zoned RT, a use that currently has data processing, and I have sought my approval and only am allowed to do a data center. So the other use, the reason for the conditional rezoning, the other uses that are listed in RT are not viable with this legislative decision. You can't put them in that zone because you've literally rezoned it RT with the condition that it only can be used for a data center use. When that decision is done, let's go to the next step then. So they come back and they apply, and if it comes out as you decide it's a special use permit that should be applied for to site a data center, that's still a discretionary decision. So yes, they would have RT, and that land use is correct. You could seek that type of land use, data center, for that parcel, but you'd still have to review the special use permit application, or you'd still have to review a site plan if you leave it permitted by right. They would have to, in a site plan situation, satisfy all standards in your ordinance to even be deemed to be allowed to then be constructed at that parcel. If it's a special land use, you could still determine, based on looking at those discretionary standards that are on the special use permit piece, that this is not the right location for it. So that question would still be developed down the road. It's still a final decision would have to take place to determine whether or not it's an appropriate location. The piece that you raised, you said there is an open question that you would say as to whether or not a data center should be located there. That's a legislative decision based on your guidance at the Township Board, based on information that you currently have in the master plan and the zoning ordinance, all the things that you probably also heard and were covered at the public hearing for the PC. Those are the pieces that you could act upon to determine whether you think it's even appropriate to put RT out there on that acreage.
Or whether or not a data center should be an RT, period. Should it be in an industrial?
Right. So what happens if during the moratorium, when we do stuff for a data center, do an ordinance that really encaptures a data center, it doesn't end up in RT? I think that's really his question. What if it ends up in industrial or industrial flex?
Yeah,
What does that mean for this property?
So I think the property is still RT. Conditional rezoning is it's a approval that automatically will rezone back to A1. So if you were to take that position and move it to industrial, and it's no longer listed as a use that's viable in RT, then when the moratorium is lifted, they could not apply for that use. It wouldn't be a use you no longer listed in your zoning ordinance. So they'd have to turn back around and they'd have to seek and see if it would be appropriate to make it industrial flex or industrial. Otherwise, it's no longer a permitted use in the use district.
Okay.
Sorry.
So just to clarify, if the rezoning goes through, let's say we adopt the moratorium, and it doesn't stop the rezoning can still come back technically at our next meeting, correct?
Yes.
And it's passed as research and technology. But the moratorium, and through the ordinance that is develops later, it's decided a data center ends up in an industrial classification. So the rezoning that was done, since it was conditional on R&T, reverts back to agricultural. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, pretty much. I mean, the applicant they would have to revert it back, but I would think they would have no reason to leave it as RT if they can't apply for the use that's a part of the conditional rezoning. So yeah, it would revert back, and they would have to attempt to seek, well, it's their determination, right? In the zoning process, it's the applicant and the property owner who determines how they want to proceed. They would have to then presumably, if they wanted to go further, file a new application to try to rezone to industrial if you put it there, or industrial flex, to determine is that appropriate land use for that acreage. If you said no, well, then you can't site it there, right? Because it's not a permitted use in the A1, so nothing could be cited there. If you decide that, well, that acreage, it could be viable for industrial flex or industrial, then you're kind of going back down the path that we're talking about now. They would get that rezoning. It'd probably still be requested as a conditional rezoning, limited to data center. Once they got the rezoning complete, they could then come back and apply for, depending on what the ordinance amendment does, either a use permitted by right or a special use, right? We don't know what this ordinance will look like, but one of those is going to be the option because it's the only two options you have. So it's either going to come back through a site plan review for actual siting or for a special use permit review.
Because in this particular application, one is the text amendment that was attempted to be put in at the planning commission level, which will come back to this board next month, I'm assuming. And that would actually classify RT for data centers, but so far that hasn't passed the planning commissions at this point. So that was the purpose of the ordinance, was maybe to make it, maybe it's an industrial use, we don't know, because we haven't had the time to do that, so.
And generally, since that final legislative decision is at the board anyways, it's gonna be your prerogative to determine what is the timing to analyze the rezoning or the text amendment, right? To determine how that aligns with what you would otherwise be reviewing and exploring. You don't need the moratorium to prohibit it, because it's a legislative action for which rests with this board. The point that this board would be taking a decision, a legislative decision, to adopt the ordinance, to put a policy in place that says, hey, everyone else in the township, we're not currently accepting site plans or special use permits for data center because we're in the process of determining how this land use fits within the permitted uses of our township. Does that make sense? You already control the final decision on the.
I guess it does, it just, in this particular instance, why would you go through and rezone the property?
Well, and that's a township board decision. You may determine, again, it's their application, right? So they file the application, it goes through the statutory process. They're currently at basically the last step. It rests at the township board. Under the MZA, the pieces that would be left for the rezoning is, one, taking it up at a regular meeting, two, holding a public hearing and taking it up at and I didn't mean to say regular meeting, but a meeting of the township board, special or otherwise. Public hearing, take it up at the township board, or you have the ability to also refer it back to the planning commission. Those are the three things that are sort of next in the process for this. Since it's already been through the planning commission to the county planning commission, the 30-day statutory period will pass, and then it'll be up here at the township board to determine what to do next. If your prerogative is we're just not going to do anything with it until we see what's going to play out with ordinance amendments in the zoning ordinance, then again, that power already rests here. You don't need an ordinance binding this board or another board from taking future legislative action. You already have that power, right? You have that inherent power now. You get to decide the prerogative of the legislative rezoning request.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And just so the board knows, I spoke to Scott Barb, County Planning Director, and the application, I mean, it was considered last night at County Planning. They should have the application back to the township in time for the township to consider it at the December 8th regular board meeting, should that be the path we go down.
Okay, any other questions, Chris?
Mr. Supervisor, I have a question for council.
Sure.
Just to address the elephant in the room, and I think it's really on most everybody's mind, through a moratorium or any other process of the township, is there even a legal path for no data center at all in Howell Township?
So the what's that? So given the fact that you've already sent it to a committee and you're deciding what the planning commission will do with changes to the zoning ordinance, it's going to be up through that legal process to determine where the use is permitted. There is one limitation in the Zoning Enabling Act that often comes up, which is that we're not allowed to exclude a use. It's in the statutory section, but there are some factors to that exclusionary zoning piece. So whether or not you can say, is there a legal process to just bar a data center, you have to sort of put together the data to say under that statutory language whether you satisfy it. Like for instance, is there a demonstrated need for data centers in the township? There's some other pieces that come within that provision. But it may be after you do that fact finding that you might determine that there are not any appropriate locations within the township. For instance, many of you are probably very familiar with the Second Amendment, the situation we had. I mean, the data center currently doesn't have any statutory or constitutional protection, so you get to treat it like a lot of other normal uses. So you could go through that process and you might determine there's some land use district for which you don't even think is viable for it. But in doing that process, you do need to satisfy the steps in the Zoning Enabling Act. And that's not up for tonight, you don't need to do it tonight, but there's a process for which you would just make sure that you're looking at the extent to which data centers would satisfy not being listed in any use. And it is a bar for which you just want to analyze and ensure that you don't impact anybody's rights, because it can cause some legal implications.
Sure, understood. I have a question more directed at the board, if I may.
Sure.
Probably best for you, Mr. Bull, Trustee Bull, because you are very well researched and so familiar. Do you see appropriate zoning in the township for this data center if not at the proposed site location? Is there a better place for it, I guess, is the...
I think industrial would have to be strongly considered. The ones I visited resemble industrial to me. Now, has that research, that would be something that would be done during the moratorium.
And then, just a follow-up question, if I may. Industrial in our definitions within our ordinance, I believe defines as a processing of materials or goods. Is that right? Could you?
There's several different classifications.
Okay. That's all I have, Mr.
Okay.
Supervisor. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I did have an additional question.
Sure.
Mr. Chair. So Chris, on the second scenario 2, there's a rezoning application pending that also covers rezoning application and administrative zoning approvals, but you're saying this isn't the moratorium that's being presented to us tonight.
Correct.
Can I ask why?
For the reasons that I said. Because I think a moratorium looks at the administrative process to pass the ordinance to look at staff and other individuals. So the way the zoning ordinance is designed, it classifies the land uses with sort of 4 different bodies that take a role in it, right? Zoning administrator, zoning board of appeals, planning commission, township board. Elected officials at the township board, you retain the inherent legislative authority to determine how these things would play out anyways. So you don't need to put a prohibition on your own legislative authority. And there's some case law that you as a board should not take an action that would bind a future board from its power to exercise legislative authority. So we generally draft moratoriums to have this board tell those other 3 players in the zoning process, zoning board of appeals, planning commission, and particularly the zoning administrator, who's doing the administration piece of it, that we are not accepting applications and we're not proceeding them forward. So that's why it's presented as only focusing on the administrative part, not the legislative piece.
Is there a moratorium that does cover the legislative piece?
Yeah, I mean, you could decide to include it. I just don't think it's exactly consistent with the way that moratoriums are designed. If you do cover it, the reason that I listed the scenario 2 is that you still have a waiver provision in section 6, and if that were to remain, then you still can limit some of the legal problems with deciding to include sort of handcuffing your own legislative authority at the township board.
So another question that I had, not necessarily related to this, but even if this is adopted, the board approves this, do they have the authority to come back in 2 months and negate it?
They would have
Legislative
to.
authority, correct?
So yes, except for just the procedural process is important. Whenever you adopt a specific formal action, there's a principle out there called the equal dignity doctrine, and so to undo it, we would have to follow the same process for which we did it. Since this is a police power ordinance, it requires publication and effective date. We'd have to do it through another ordinance. So yes, you could go and basically amend this ordinance, right? And you could repeal it if you so desired in advance of the expiration date. But it's still, right, it still requires some formality. You'd have to have a draft repealer, adopt it, and then publish it so that it's enforceable. You couldn't just sort of take up a decision later and say, well, we're not going to follow our own ordinance, and so we're going to take action on this. I guess that's the point I'm trying to make. You'd want to follow the same formality you are this evening in taking action on the ordinance.
But the way you're counting the legislative authority for the rezoning, you also have the legislative authority on this other part of the ordinance also.
I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
So you also have the legislative authority to actually come back and negate this or repeal it,
Yes.
and before 6 months.
Yes.
So why would we do it?
Well, again, the township board directed to want a moratorium put in place. And again, the township board already determines its own agenda as to how you're going to decide zoning actions. What you're trying to do, though, is that you're not the individuals at the township hall that are collecting applications, processing them, putting them before the planning commission. Those are pieces that are written in the zoning ordinance that say, if you file an application, we shall review it, we'll get it in front of the planning commission, etc. So the whole point of this, and the reason that municipalities adopt moratoriums, is to freeze that application process while you're looking at the legislative changes that you would like to make to the zoning ordinance. So that's your whole point. That's the understanding for which the township board directed it to be put together. That's the dovetailing that it has with the committee. If the committee is looking at the fact that data processing is not defined, that data processing doesn't have additional standards for which govern its practice in the current ordinance, right? And it's also a use permitted by right. It allows you the process to say, look, we'd like to look at additional standards. We'd like to further research this use. And when we list it back in that land use district, or you're raising to say you might put it in another land use district, you're doing all of that without creating any inconsistent additional applications coming through the pipeline. That's the reason that they're put in place. They really are looking at the pipeline aspect, because we don't control, right, under the zoning ordinance, we, the township board, we don't receive the applications, we don't process or direct how they proceed. That's all done through the administration process. This action here would put a stopgap on that. That's the point of it. You stop new stuff coming into the pipeline while you're trying to take a look at what you want the regulations to look like. It still has that effect, just like other moratoriums do that municipalities adopt, and it still accomplishes that goal.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
I think my questions were answered. Thank you.
Okay, good.
I'm good.
Okay. I would entertain a motion to deviate to call to the public.
Mr. Chair, I'd make the motion to deviate to the call of the public.
Support.
Motion by Bowles, second by Hohenstein. Discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We'll open up the call to the public. We're going to put a 2-minute time limit on the thing. We'll have a timer up here for you. Just need your name and address for the record. And that should be it.
Okay, terrific.
Hang on 1 second.
Hold on, it's not coming on.
Can't display the timer. Bruce?
Point it back here. Back towards me. The remote.
Yeah, we'll have you line up
There
along
you
the
go.
wall
There we
over
go.
here, so.
Why? Go ahead.
All right, Corey Alchin, 800 Sleaford Road, Howell Township. Everybody quiet for just a second. So the reason we came tonight was so that we would have a moratorium that would stop the current application. That's not what's happening. So the whole point here that you guys are here tonight is to make sure this board doesn't vote yes. The current application for the data center is going to continue. That worthless moratorium does not do that. You guys need to make sure this board feels the heat and understands that no is the only answer. When they vote, no is the absolute only answer. You guys have to come back to the next meetings. This is not the end. But to the board, to each one of you, you have a chance to get this right. You got a chance to get this right. And if you're worried about what happened in Saline,
Here, I'm from Spring Lake, and I'm exploring running for state representative. So Michigan has become an essential target for massive data center developments, specifically in small towns in Michigan. And I'm very proud to say that small towns aren't just going to stay quiet. While these politicians and companies are approaching these communities and describing their projects as opportunities for economic growth, new jobs, and a future built on advanced technology, it's just not true. And I think it's vital that we understand that. The truth is simple. Data centers do not come without major costs, and are too frequently, those costs would fall on these local communities. You know, oftentimes data centers try to sell their ideas that they're going to create jobs, major job creators. In reality, once the construction phase ends, these sites would usually only staff a small number of permanent jobs. A billion-dollar facility might employ only a few dozen workers long-term. Even more alarming, the very technology of AI these data centers are helping power is expected to automate far more jobs than these centers would ever create. Let it be clear, So, what this means for these people, and I don't live here, but I'm pissed, It means higher electricity bills for households. It means more strain on already unreliable Michigan power grids and greater dependence on fossil fuel. Now, this has happened in Salem Township, Blendon Township. It's happening in Lowell. It's happening here. Now, we're told that residents are not going to carry these costs, but it's clear major infrastructure bills always somehow find their way back to the local taxpayers. So, I want to say, we've seen in Georgia, we've seen in Iowa, these are dangerous data centers. They take away people's water, they take away running dry. Running dry.
Thank you.
I'm Mary Motto, 780 Henderson, Howell Township. I stand in front of the Howell Township Board. All of you are elected officials. Ultimately, you are entrusted to care for your constituents. You see us all here tonight. You care for me, my husband, my children, my friends, my family. I find myself baffled that you aren't listening. You're not trusting your public. Your public is begging you to not bring a data center to our area. We're pleading for you to hear us. Hear us say, we don't want it in any way, shape, or form. It doesn't follow the master plan. Listen to your township commissioner, the township planning. Listen to all of us. We don't want it. We don't need it. It will take away our jobs. Where is this breakdown coming from? It appears to be motivated by money, driven by unknown promises of grandeur. With the Howell Township and Livingston County Planning Commission both recommending a denial of the rezoning, we the people, the bosses, we implore you. We are entitled to explore the truth about the actual impacts that this will impose on our community. Let's see the research and the reports, the proof. Listen to your people. We stand united tonight, begging for your respect. We've given it to you, give it back. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Oh, God, I've been here too many times. My name's Charles Smith. I live at 5136 Fleming Road, approximately 25 feet from the proposed data center. I'm going to make this short and sweet. I've been known to talk a lot. Some of you folks up here even know me and heard me, okay? Deny the rezoning and put the moratorium on all future data center projects. Deny it first. You can do whatever you want to after that, but you deny it first, okay? Done deal. I heard so much stuff up here. I'm a halfway intelligent person, and that gentleman over there talked for so long, I saw people's eyes start rolling back in their heads up there. Deny it. It's the simplest thing. It's the best thing. It's what everybody in this place wants, okay? Deny it. Then take the time to go back, look at, okay, you got a moratorium. Hey, I'm all for a moratorium. As a matter of fact, I'd like to see a year moratorium, because if anything else happens, it's all going up to a vote in November of 26. At worst case scenario, I'd like to call for a vote before that and a special one. I got a lot to learn, but I'm going to learn fast. Okay, now, I need to ask the question because I don't know. Is everybody up there a trustee? I'm hearing the words trustees. So everybody up here is a trustee. Okay. The key there is trust, folks. It's trust. The definition of trust is a firm belief in the reliability, the truth, the ability, or strength of someone or something that may represent you. You represent us. I want to be able to trust you, folks. I've got this thing here where it says, freedom from suspicion and doubt. That's the third definition. Freedom of suspicion and doubt. I voted for most of you people. I know a lot of you, and I've met a lot of you shortly. For crying out loud, I've known Sue is, well, never mind.
Okay. Sorry, Charles, your time's up.
Relationships have to be built on trust.
Yeah, hello, my name is Don Lee Chevalier. I live at 2900 Brewer Road, Howell. And I don't know. I know you're catching a lot of flack up there, and some of it, most of it's not deserved. But wouldn't the simplest thing be for this board to take and say, we want this to become a vote of the people? We're recommending that it be put on the ballot. That would answer your question also, because once it's on the ballot, it takes all recourse away from the data center, because then it's voted on. So they would be mute. They could go for something else somewhere else, but it would be nice if you would just all maybe take a vote saying, you know, it's too hard for 7 people to try and do what's right for everybody when most everybody, at least here, is against it. And I think if you put it on a ballot, I think you'd find probably 80% of the people would vote it down. And that takes you out of the limelight, takes you away from the firing line, and you've done a good job in the process. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Good evening. Dan Wallahan. I'm an attorney who's lived in Livingston County almost 47 years. I'm the former 3-term Livingston County Republican Party chair and former 7th District GOP chair. As chair, we were 3-1 statewide and in congressional races, including flipping the congressional seat in 2024. My wife and I are in the Fowlerville area, 2 streets away from the zoning. I'll ask all you to follow recommendations of your planning commission, our county planning commission, which opposed the rezoning. Amend the proposed moratorium to reject the rezoning for good, period, end of story. The opposition to this rezoning is one of the 80-20 issues and rare bipartisan issues in our community today. There's one issue that has this kind of uniting power, and I've seen it before: disruption to our neighborhood communities. The title of the rezoning request is R&T, but let's not dress it up, it's industry. Rezoning 1,000 acres of agri-residential zoning land to industry or R&T is significant disruption of community and deviation from the master plan in harmful spot zoning. Counselor, I know you know what that is. Survey after survey about zoning and master plans in Livingston County show concerns about protecting our rural character. Some big law attorney on the side of the data center proponents may be in your ear about exclusionary zoning. I don't think there's a strong case for that. We have industry zoning in Howell Township. It's there. If you're not excluding it. If you think about approving the rezoning, due advice for council, reconsider it. My day job involves elections, and I've money involved with them. I know an 80-20 type of issue when I see it. I've been involved in more elections than I can count, including recalls, PACs, and ballot questions. We've beaten big law, we've beaten DTE. I'm confident if you do the right thing, we'll all have your back. If you do the wrong thing, you can join Green Township and Goshen and what happened there. Please do the right thing.
Hi, I'm Rob Hauer, and I'm running for the 22nd District State Senate, which is Livingston County. I'm a scientist, and I know all the problems that we're going to have with this, including everything that everybody has said here is absolutely true. There's going to be pollution problems. There's going to be significant increases in electrical bills. We don't need this. We don't need the water pollution. We don't need the white light pollution. I've been living in Livingston County for 22 years, and I love this county. The rural feel of it. There's industrial places where you can put this, and this is not one of them. What you have planned here is the wrong thing to do, and this moratorium is a Band-Aid. It's not going to fix the problem because we're going to have to come to every meeting for the next 2 years to stop the actual rezoning. Well, we will. We will. We're going to do it. But why don't you do it now? And I agree with put it on the ballot. Let the people decide. That's what we need to do. That's about all I have to say. But listen to us. We're the ones who put you on this board, and you represent us. That's what government is for. You represent the people, not the big business.
Thank you.
Hi, Vanessa North, 2950 West Mar Road, Howell Township. Thank you for listening to all of our comments. One of the things I think that made Michigan look so good to some of these companies is our Great Lakes. One statistic I would like to point out is, according to the Alliance for the Great Lakes, water is a finite resource. Only 1% of the total volume in the Great Lakes is replenished each year by rainfall, snowmelt, and flow from groundwater. 1%. So if we keep thinking that water's just going to always be there for future generations, that's why we have these clean energy bills. We actually did pass one in 2023, Michigan's Public Act 235 in 2023, establishing a clean energy goal of 80% by 2035 and 100% by 2040. Keeping that in mind, across the U.S., retirements of at least 34 fossil fuel generating units totaling 16,491 megawatts of capacity have been delayed due to reliability concerns cited mostly from data center usage. In September's meeting, we were advised by Mike Vogt that this proposal is for conditional rezoning of the land where the applicant must comply with certain standards within the conditional zoning ordinance. I must say, no contract is ever airtight. The term loophole exists for a reason. Please do not think for 1 minute that if and when this company does not meet the conditions in the zoning ordinance, and when the township tries to enforce these conditions, that they will not find a loophole or just sue the township. They will most likely be able to continue operations during pending litigation and potentially leave this township bankrupt. So for those who are in favor of this proposal because of the tax revenue, it could be the same thing that bankrupts us. In closing, I'd like to say that if data centers are approved by townships like us and continue to grow at this astronomical rate, they will eventually use up all of our natural resources. When future generations are dying because of the lack of clean drinking water, remember, even
Hello, my name is Emma Silva. I live here in Howell at 322 West Washington Street, and I'm against this proposed data center. There are plenty of other places where this data center could go, abandoned factory areas, brown zones, what have you. But they're choosing to put it here. In those other places, they wouldn't have to fight to put their useless data center there, but they're going to go through the hassle to put it here in Howell, going through the hassle to make plans to move Grand River, going through the hassle to have Howell officials sign NDAs and no doubt line those officials' pockets. There's absolutely no reason to be going through all this trouble other than one. This huge company, who is remaining anonymous, mind you, is trying to buy up more land so there's less for the common folk. That includes you all on the township board, mind you. As a Howell resident and graphic designer, my future is at risk due to this data center and AI in general. And I haven't even graduated college yet. To those on the township board, I want you to look at me and see your children, nieces, nephews, and grandchildren. My future isn't the only one being doomed, their future is too. Allowing this data center to invade our community would be not just a mistake, but practically a knife to the throat of all the citizens of Howell. Do the right thing and refuse the data center's existence in not just the proposed area, but for anywhere in Howell Township, or better yet, put it on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jess Kupfer at 3575 Brighton Road in Howell, Michigan. I hate speaking in front of people, so it says a lot I'm here. I don't believe this should be a difficult decision. There are already existing data centers and communities that have had similar promises made to what's being sold to us. When you look at these communities now, they are struggling with higher electricity costs, sediment in their water, wells running dry, pollution, impacts to wildlife, and more. Research already exists on the impacts of a data center in a community, and it's not what's being promised. I've learned early on, if something is too good to be true, it probably is. And right now, they're trying to fast track a data center with little to no transparency here and in other communities within Michigan. Just to scratch the surface on some of the existing information out there on data centers, a study by Carnegie Mellon University and North Carolina State University published in June says that electricity rates could rise 8% on average across the US through 2030 because of increased demand from data centers. And keep in mind, that's just the average. Some communities have seen a 20 to 30% plus increase. Today, data centers make up about 4% of total US electricity demand, and in the next 3 years, that's expected to triple. And some key findings from a U of M Ford School of Science, Technology, and Public Policy report published in July titled, "What Happens When Data Centers Come to Town," highlights other valid concerns. I'd love to list them here, but I just don't have the time to read through it. I do want to include some quotes from those who live near data centers or those who live near data centers that are currently under construction. Beverly Morris from rural Georgia lives 400 meters from a data center. I can't drink the water. Alexis Humphreys, a resident from XAI Data Center in Memphis, Tennessee, I can't breathe at home. It smells like gas outside. Greg Pirio, a resident near a data center in Virginia, there are no birds around here anymore, he said, noting that the humming or buzzing noise the center emits scares away a lot of wildlife from his area. As my husband would say, they're trying to spit shine a turd and call it gold. I hope we take it a step further with the future memorandum and that bans data centers entirely for a set amount of years with no back doors baked in. We should be putting the people first and not big tech billionaires. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you.
Hi, Lauren Prebenda, 930 Gully Road. I'm disgusted, to be honest. This is a slap in the face to every single person that is in here, to every Howell Township resident and every Livingston County resident. No wonder the developer's attorney yesterday stated that they are in full support of a moratorium. I was thinking to myself, why would a Fortune 100 company in the middle of an AI arms race driven by the greed of billionaires support a blanket prohibition of data centers in Howell Township? Because they knew this all along. They knew it would allow them to proceed with rezoning. They knew that you all could strike down this moratorium at any time and allow them to further proceed with development. And I hope for all of your sakes that you didn't know this too. Because if so, what a monumental failure of public trust and what a monumental failure of your position. We've heard over and over again from this developer that they're committed to being a good neighbor and doing what's right. A good neighbor doesn't hide their identity and pressure local officials to sign NDAs to keep information from the public. A good neighbor wouldn't wait until there's public outcry over a monstrous 10-building water and electricity sucking site plan to then decide to do what's right and offer additional setbacks, fewer buildings, and dry cooling technology. A good neighbor would have come to the table with the best, most ethical and respectful offer, but they didn't do that because they aren't a good neighbor. They aren't a neighbor at all. They are a multi-billion-dollar corporation with the goal of padding shareholder pockets, not protecting residents. So I'd like like to make something very clear. Regardless of what happens tonight, we are not going anywhere and our minds will not be changed. This rezoning request is a terrible deal. It will continue to be a terrible deal tomorrow. It will continue to be a terrible deal 3 months from now, 6 months from now, a year from now. Not align with our future land use, there will be no changing that. We need a moratorium, period. The fact, whether the community likes it or not, data center development.
Your time's exceeded. Laura, your time's up. We'll let the, if you want to come back around, we'll let you come back around. All right, 2 minutes. We'll give you 2 more minutes. Go.
This proposal does not align with the township or county master plan, both of which emphasize keeping Howell Township rural. It does not align with our future land use map, which clearly marks these parcels for agricultural preservation. And most importantly, it does not align with our community values. That will not change, period. We need a moratorium. Whether the community likes it or not, data center development is sweeping the country and Michigan. And if we are caught with our proverbial pants down without some ordinances, we are screwed. So I know a moratorium is not the solution, but it is a solution that we need to enact in order to ensure that we are protected. So given that we need a moratorium, there is no other option for you all than to vote no on rezoning and act a moratorium. And until then, we will be at every meeting. We will continue calling your office. We will continue emailing you, and we will not stop until that happens.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gina Lowe, 5789 Preston Road. I'm a mother in this community against this, really against this, but I'm hearing about these NDAs. I'm new to this. So I wanted to use my 2 minutes just to ask every one of you, because I don't believe anybody signing an NDA is working for their constituents. I know you, Tim Bull, right, you came and said you did not sign an NDA with this company. You have not, sir, you have not signed an NDA. No, you have not signed an NDA. Have you signed an NDA? Have you signed an NDA,
I'll approach
sir?
it under the supervisor's report.
What was that?
I'll approach it under the supervisor's report.
So, yes or no, have you signed an NDA with this corporation? Have you signed an NDA, sir? Yes or no? No? Okay. You, sir, have you signed an NDA?
No comment.
Come on. Just let them,
You're
their
gonna burn
silence
up
is
your 2
enough,
minutes.
that's all. I just want to, and down the line. So, you're silent. Sir, are you silent as well?
Comment.
All right, and have you signed an NDA, sir? Okay, and have you signed an NDA? And have you signed an NDA? Okay, I believe all of you should be recalled and should not have a place in this vote. That's my opinion. And I do have one more thing to say about, I really don't know about laws, and I understand you guys are much more educated on that, but I do know that Livingston County as a whole has done a very good job of keeping women's health clinics and dispensaries out of Livingston County. So I do think that it is possible that Howell Township can keep this data center out of Howell Township. Thank you.
Andrew Ham, 14 Santa Rosa Drive, Howell Township. I'm here to ask whether Howell Township has any ordinances regarding drone use. Recently, a neighbor filed a complaint against me with the Livingston County Health Department. They followed up, investigated, and found that the complaint was invalid. However, the complaint included drone photos of my home, which raises a different concern altogether. I live on 12 acres. The photos that were taken are all private. They're not in public view of the public or from my neighbors. My hot tub's in there. It's in a fenced-in private area. I want to make sure we have protections in place so a neighbor isn't able to fly a drone over my backyard and take pictures, especially if my daughter is out suntanning or my wife. I don't think anyone here wants a situation where they have to worry about a resident who is hovering a camera, flying a drone over their private areas and their family spaces that are private. So I'm simply asking for clarification on whether Howell Township has a drone ordinance, and if not, whether it is something the board would consider addressing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Annalise Patterson, 1789 South Hughes Road in Genoa Township. Whether you are elected or appointed, your oath of office is what gives you the lawful authority. And that oath is the legal instrument that creates the public trust relationship, where you hold delegated powers as trustees, all of you, whether appointed or elected. And the people stand as the beneficiaries. And by swearing or affirming faithfully to discharge your duties, you've accepted that office of public trust that must be administered with loyalty, care, honesty, and good faith. And that oath binds you as fiduciaries, which means you're obligated to act solely for the benefit of the people, never private developers or corporate consultants. So help you God. That is on your oath of office, so help you God. That also means you submitted to a higher power. So, also, when it talks about in Michigan law, it talks about MCL 1253807, it requires that every development decision promote public health, safety, morals, order, prosperity, and general welfare. Morals also means the ethical governance and decision-making free from improper influence or reliance on bad faith actors, and I'll get to that a little bit later. But the general welfare includes our community health, safety, infrastructure, capacity, natural resources, property values, rural character, economic stability, and orderly, harmonious development of land. None of this is harmonious. The Department of Justice has issued a public notice documenting that this particular developer and consultant has falsified certifications. That means they're operating in bad faith and you're in breach of fiduciary duty by even entertaining it. So help you God.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Pete McWhorter. I live in Fowlerville. You know, it's very disturbing to hear that some of you are doing things in bad faith behind our backs. As people of this community, we want this community to stay rural. We want it to stay small. Do not rezone this community. Do not change it. This is not part of our plan here. So please don't do that. And we need to, as the people, expose the ones that are doing this crooked crap. This is wrong. Nobody should be signing NDAs with these lizard people. You people, this will be on you for all of history. So remember that. It's not just the people in this room. We will remember you. Our children will. Think about what you want to leave on this planet, in this life, all of you. Do not do something like this. It's disgusting.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Morse, and I live at 3259 Neyland Circle. If there are NDAs being signed and the company is not going to be upfront with what's going on, there is no reason to believe that this data center should be built here. First of all, it's going to take a lot of energy. The data centers typically house more computer power per server rack compared to conventional data centers, and this need for more computing power is projected to strain our already fragile energy grid. Data centers won't just strain our energy, it also consumes significant amounts of water for keeping the servers from overheating. This reduces water locally and everywhere else. With all that water going in, there's wastewater coming out. This can pose an even bigger problem. Wastewater discharge from data centers can contain various contaminants, including chemicals, heavy metals, and other pollutants. This wastewater can degrade the quality of local water bodies, posing risks to ecosystems and human health, critical for human water management. Our Howell and surrounding areas watershed ultimately leads to our Great Lakes. We have 1/4 to 1/5 of all fresh water in the world. In our Great Lakes, is it worth polluting our local water and the water of our Great Lakes just so that a few people can make money? No.
Thank you.
Hi, Kristen Dennison, 7196 Manor Lane. I want to echo everything Corey and Lauren so clearly and passionately communicated. I am pissed. We will not stand for the continued lack of transparency and integrity. We wanted a moratorium on rezoning, including the current applicant, and you all knew it, and so did your lawyer. Data processing in RT does not inherently or automatically include data centers, and the entire point is to give the township the chance to determine where and how data centers might fit in our township. This moratorium is disingenuous and does not accomplish what the township wants or needs. Shame on the lawyers and anyone involved in intentionally misconstruing our desire and our intent. And shame on cutting the mic on people. We were kept in the dark for over 8 months. If we need to be here till 3 a.m. again, let's do it.
My name is Robert Peterson. I'm a landowner in Handy Township, a business owner in Howell. There's a bigger issue here. Yes, water, electricity, costs, agriculture, all important. But you talked about, what do we need? What are the needs of the people here? I mean, what is a data center for? It's a control grid to enslave us. And if you're going to participate in enslaving my family, my children, my grandchildren, I will fight to the death.
I'm Bernadette McAllister from neighboring Milford, Michigan, and I'm in agreement with them. I think you should grant the moratorium, deny the variance changes, and also consider how would Howell protect its citizens from terrorist attacks on a data center, which is being proposed to be one of the largest data centers in the state of Michigan.
Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Tom Gibbons. I live on Warner Road, and I talked to a couple of you guys. You come out to the house, asked for my vote. I put a sign out, no data center, out in the front of my house. He said, well, why are you against it? Well, you got a couple hours, I'll tell you why. But first of all, I think all of you guys got to stop this right now. I mean, this is our community. And we don't want no data center. We got a good water supply here. We want it to stay that way. We don't need to have any pollution or anything that we got enough to deal with without having to deal with more. Pollution is a big thing. And this area is we got one of the freshest water supplies in the area. Why would you guys want to do that? Why? Seriously. That doesn't make no sense. And then you want to divert Grand River down Warner Road. What is the purpose of that? I mean, come on now. You guys are not thinking very realistic at all. And you're not thinking of the community. Not one iota.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline Peters, and I live at 2035 Norton Road in Howell.
I believe I can give a unique perspective on this. I have a degree in network administration. I've worked in a data center before, actually for a very large company here in Michigan. I worked in that data center for about 1.5 years. Do you guys want to guess how many times I walked inside that data center to provide support? 0 times. I did go in it once though for a tour, but it was like with regular people off the street. It wasn't really for anything important. At my work now, I do a support in a manufacturing facility. We don't really touch the servers. The people who work on the servers, do you know where they live? Do you think they're local? No, they live in India, and it's awful working with them, to be completely honest, because it's difficult with the time change and everything. But this is all for, if you guys think there's going to be like these $100,000 jobs with these big salaries and like, wow, they're gonna be hiring? Absolutely not. I mean, honestly, if that were the truth, I would love this. I would be able to drive down the road. I wouldn't have to have an hour commute to go to my job. I drive all the way to Detroit every day. This isn't gonna happen, guys. Like, nobody's gonna be in that data center. This is the cloud. The support is on the cloud. Nobody's gonna be there to support the cloud. So thank you, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Evelyn Redwine. I live at 444 Inverness in downtown Howell. I'm not that far from this thing. Having this noise pollution, the water issues, the electricity, it's all going to cost us. We've all talked about that. The quality of water has a direct correlation to the quality of life. This is why I'm not allowed to drain the pond that I get every spring in my backyard, which is almost flat. But my yard gets 1/4 of it is covered in water. I can't touch it because it goes down into the aquifer. And I don't fertilize because that's the drinking water that everybody here drinks. You pollute that, we lose our drinking water, we lose our lives. The one lady spoke about being a target. Yeah, we could be a target. I remember knowing as a kid that there was a nuke aimed at Livonia. And I live not too far from there. That's sobering, to know that we can become a target. It's not on the master plan. The master plan was made to keep things like this out of Howell, to keep our beauty and our culture out here. Beyond that, I'm a graphic designer. I'm a web developer. I am a writer. AI is stealing all those jobs and devaluing them. You're taking and you're saying there's going to be 100 jobs, there's going to be 20, and the rest are going to be in India, like she said. The same job that I made $80,000 a year for, I try to get that now, and it's $15 an hour. I might as well go work at McDonald's. I can get 2 jobs and, make what I made and work my butt off. Please don't do this to our community. Please don't do that to America and our jobs.
Thank you.
Good evening, neighbors and officials. I'm Gary Berchter from Conway Township. I saw you all back in September. I talked about how, my concern was the consumption of these things and how it consumes like a small city. But tonight I want to ask you why we're even considering this, right? 1,000 acres of farmland here, pristine farmland in beautiful Livingston, when there's actually over 26,000 acres of non-rural available industrial land today in Michigan. 6,000 of that are MED sites that are already prepared for roads, infrastructure, fiber optics, everything that's needed. And us taxpayers already paid $460 million to develop that land. All right, we were happy to do that. All I'm saying is that investors already did this properly. Investors already partnered with the state officials to do this properly. And we should make sure that those business owners are getting their rightful prospects as well. Intercepting, like having big tech intercept farmland owners to save pennies is not what Michiganders are about, right? We're about combining farmland and farmers and communities with good officials that all work together to build a better, more retainable Michigan. That's what we all want to see. We want a sustainable Michigan built responsibly. So I personally feel like we should have a statewide moratorium all the way across Michigan until we have used all industrial spaces, right? Let's quit flipping our agricultural land over to industry. Let's keep the development flowing into these sectors that already have it, and let's use what we already have. Let's repurpose and rebuild these green fields, these brown fields, I'm sorry. Let's use what we have and quit consuming the farmland. The future generations will need the land, they'll need the water, and we all need our peace. Thank you all for doing the right thing.
Thank you.
Farmland can't be turned back.
My name's Dan Bonello. I'm at 3531 Warner Road in Howell. I'm here to voice my opposition to the proposed data center development, and I urge you to vote no on the 6-month moratorium. I would really like to just cut to the chase and vote no on the rezoning of this property altogether. Just rip the Band-Aid off. So over the past couple of months, we've heard from the attorneys for the data center developers, the developers themselves, representatives from DTE and the property owners themselves, the Van Gilders, as well as very few residents that would like to see this data center happen for selfish reasons. I'm amazed that the stakeholders in this potential data center would think that we're so stupid as to think that we would even entertain anything like this, especially when the details are veiled in secrecy and the promises of benefits at no ill effects to the community aren't and won't be in writing. They will not even provide solid numbers on the projected water or electric usage. It has been said that the property values will not be affected and maybe increase. I can tell you personally that since this potential data center project went public, my property values decreased by $32,000. Who will make up the difference and who will buy my house when I can't sell it? They won't even discuss the names of the Fortune 500 corporation that will be the end user of the data center, but they will tell us once it's approved. This is akin to a certain congresswoman once saying, "We have to pass the bill so that you can find out what's in it." How did that work out? This is like a person telling a total stranger, "Marry me and I promise you that you won't regret it." I don't think so. One of the things that stuck out to me is when Ryan Van Gilder stated that if the data center project goes through, they will continue to live, farm, and be active in the community. That statement rings hollow to me when they are selling their homes and their historic barns and buildings used for their operations that the data center would sit on. If they do not intend to stay there, this monstrosity is built as a change of the township forever for the worse. And I wonder where they will
Okay, Dan.
anywhere in the community. I'm sure they have thought about that too. I also question where they would farm since they are selling off their land.
Hey, Dan, let's wrap it up, please. Thank you.
I'm short. Hi, Casey Helton, 2854 High Meadow Drive in Howell. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but I guess I'm up here to confirm from Mr. Wallahan's left flank, a person who I've had a somewhat acrimonious relationship with over the years, that this is very much a bipartisan issue. And I've been thinking about why that is. Why is that such a bipartisan issue for so many of us? And I think it's because since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, people here have been, we've experienced, our ancestors have experienced resources mined at our expense, at the expense of the masses, for the few, for the benefit and the wealth of the few. And I think people are tired of it. And we're entering a new age. We're entering a new age, an information age, where we are seeing new types of speculation, where this is nothing more than like the gold diggers in out west. This is a new version of that. This is a new version of mining, okay? This is coal miners in our age. And we are not, the people are standing up at their backyards and they're saying, this stops at our backyards. We are not going to let you exploit us anymore. Yep. And the board, I just want to say, I know this feels bad. I ran for office 3 times as a Democrat in Livingston County. I didn't win any race, so I can't say for sure how you're feeling because I didn't win any of my races, but I imagine it probably doesn't feel good being yelled at up here. But where you're at is a privilege. This is a privilege where you are sitting. Because these voters, they put their trust in you. That's why they're being so harsh, because they voted for you
because they believe in you, to protect them, to protect their interests first. So I know that there's a lot of concern about legal implications. That is what they want. They want you to be scared. They want you to be intimidated so you'll bow down. But these people here overwhelmingly are asking you, begging you to fight for them, to fight for their property. So I just wanted to say thank you, and please do the right thing. Please stand for them.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Thomas Ranke. I'm at Sergeant Road in Fowlerville. You know, we could talk all night about the environment, the health concerns, the loss of jobs, destroying property, contaminated water and air, and wildlife extinction. As a good neighbor, you would have shot this down before we ever got to this meeting. Our fight is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, the authorities, against the rulers of the dark world, the spiritual forces of evil, says Ephesians 6:12. God tells us to fear not. I am with you. I will strengthen you. I'll help you. I'll uphold you to be righteous. Isaiah 41. Our property is an extension of ourselves. When you destroy people's property, you harm them, causing harm to others. Matthew 12. Dishonors leaders, corrupt society, exploit the weak. We are urged to pray as I'm praying for all of you now, says Timothy 1:2-12. God does not appoint evil leaders. The evil presents itself from the greed. We all know about those of you who've been bought and paid for just like a $2 watch.
My name is Harold Wines, 4400 West Grand River Avenue. I have a little different perspective on this. Gentlemen and ladies, take a look at this crowd. How many people in this crowd are over 65? How many people moved into this township to live out their life in retirement without fear of everything being taken away from them? I've lived in this county for 70 years. I'm 71 years old. My wife and myself never turned down an hour of overtime in 40 years of marriage. What we are looking at now is our property going to hell, not being worth anything. We have looked at what it would take to buy what we have and what we own into another piece of property. We might be able to pay cash for that house, but our taxes would run between $800 and $1,000 a year, our property taxes. That's more than my house payment was for 30 years. Do you think for one moment that a $1.58 trillion business gives a shit about what these people think or what's going to happen to them? And I'm sorry to say, what I just heard here a little bit ago about NDAs, and some people not answering that question, the second you signed an NDA, you no longer represent us.
Hi, Michelle Vachita, 3252 Warner Road, dirt road, across from a cornfield in a very rural neighborhood. I prefer to keep it that way, as do 88% of the Howell Township residents who are in favor of agricultural preservation in the master plan. So I ask for a minute, we forget about the data center and we focus just on the rezoning. I don't want it rezoned to anything other than agricultural preservation. I think they agree. Second, I know we've heard some people threaten to not re-elect you or to recall you. We know that you were up here because you are supposed to be the voice of the people. So I'd like to ask tonight if you have changed your mind and you no longer want to represent the people, there's no need to wait for a re-election or to be recalled. Hold on. You have the right to step down And if you do not want to represent us, I ask that you resign tonight. Thank you.
My name is Victoria Alchin. I am a proud Howell Public Schools elementary school teacher, and I will not be able to face my students, nor will I be able to face my own 2 children at home if I behaved the way in secrecy and without transparency, the way that the board and this multi-trillion-dollar corporation is behaving. We should not be keeping secrets. Now, board, I implore you to listen to them. There is an enormous group of people, including my husband, who are working 40, 50, 60 hours in addition to their full-time jobs to gather information, to make sure that this community is informed about what's going on because you are not doing it. That's taking away. Yeah, and if you are not part of those Facebook groups, if you do not know where to find that information, talk to your neighbors and be ready to mobilize, because whatever happens, we are together. We do not want this data center, and we have the power and the strength of the people to say absolutely not.
Thank you.
Hello, Angela Barbash, 4211 Crandall. It should go without saying that we should vote down the rezoning request and not have data centers. I think you've heard that from everyone. But because we've been thrust into an atmosphere of distrust, I want to bring something to you to give you the opportunity to either dispel this as a false rumor or to acknowledge that there is a real conflict of interest here. May I ask, is our township attorney, Chris Patterson of Fahey, Schultz, Burchick, and Rhodes? Is that you? Yeah. Do you work for that law firm? Yes. Is it true that your law firm is representing Van Gilder Farms in the sale of the land to the technology company? No. So I wanted to give you the opportunity to dispel that.
If you
because
don't want, we don't interact. It's
that's
called
fair.
To the public. Ask your questions.
Right, that's fair.
And move on.
But we're in. I bring this up, and I'm giving the opportunity in public comment here because there's been so much distrust sown in this process that all kinds of things will fly across everyone's desk at this point. And I wanted you to have the opportunity to say that that's not true in front of everyone, or to say, yes, that is true, and there's a conflict of interest. So thank you. Thank you for answering, even though you didn't have to. Thank you for taking the question.
Thank you.
Stephanie Booth, City of Howell. Just want to point out a couple of things. The presentation sponsored by our GOP chair, I think it was Monday night, 6 to 11. Very little in attendance other than another GOP member who happens to have property up for sale for $3.2 million. I don't know what the rush is, or why there are people with a lot of special interests in this, and I don't understand why. And this is all very public information. The other thing is, I've been to the the Board of Commissioners self-appointed Health Advisory Committee, and they cited a study from 1997 talking about infant, what decibel level is appropriate, and they came up with between 45 and 55, and this is within 2 or 3 months ago during a regular planning commissioner meeting. And they were using this to reject solar farms, which you were all, I'm sure, quick to reject, and maybe I understand why now, but just pointing out a similar argument there. And the other thing is, give me a moment to think. Okay, our county planning commissioners yesterday rejected it. So if you're gonna usurp their authority, which I'm assuming is way more than the authority here, that's a very interesting choice. And really, that's all I've got. The NDAs are very, very telling. Thank you.
You start at 159, not 2, for everybody. That's not fair. There are already, my name Patricia Murphy. I live near Thompson Lake in Howell. There are already 57 data centers in Michigan. Why? Because they get a 25-year tax break, which does not benefit any citizen who pays taxes. The state fiscal agency analysis estimated that the proposed tax breaks these data centers get would reduce the state and local tax revenue by more than $90 million through 2065 when their tax breaks expire. And to qualify for this tax break, each data center has to invest $250 million and create only 30 jobs above the minimum local, 150% of the local median wage. Most of the jobs, 100 is estimated in the end, will only be, will mostly be maintenance. So, why is this drastic rezoning even being considered? How does it benefit the community and its vision? Do 10 buildings, or maybe they adjusted it a little bit less, 50 to 70 feet high, 5 to 7 stories high, benefit the community? I've lived a long time and seen what happened in Detroit to Pole Town. Pole Town was absolutely destroyed to build a factory there. Pole Town was gone, the surrounding communities negatively affected, and now, years later, there was a vacant factory, last time I looked, left to rot and ruin, and no people. The whole community was destroyed. Do you want this community?
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Susie Kleppinger. I live in Marion Township. I am 66 years old. For 50 years, I've lived in Livingston County. I am struggling daily, as a competent human being to understand what the possible benefits could be to destroying water, using remarkable amounts of electricity, and going against the wishes of all these people. I mean, I come from a family of people that served the public good for many years. My mother was the supervisor in a township in Livingston County, and they've always served. I'll be very honest, if you choose to go through with this project, me and the majority of the people here will never vote for you again. That's right. While I appreciate all the work you do, I understand the heart of a public servant. Honestly, I've lived it. Please make the right choice.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Alan Romaine, Owasso Road, and I had some things I wanted to ask you guys. And you know, one of them was these non-disclosure agreements. I was thinking it was a terrible rumor, and I'm disappointed that it's not. Disappointed. Another thing about transparency, you know, and I've heard rumors about that. I'm trying to give you guys the benefit of a doubt, but guess what? You keep on feeding me doubts. Now I'm at the point of all these actions signal these are signs of unethical behavior. And please, you know, look into your hearts. you know, and don't vote for pollution. Don't vote for money. Don't vote for conflicts of interest. But stick to your guns and do what needs to be done in the right fashion here. You know, you've got an opportunity to go ahead and create ordinances that could be a model for the state of Michigan. Okay? Consider that. You know, I don't know much here. You know, about the only thing I figured out from the lawyer is that a moratorium's a timeout. That's what you give the kids in school, a timeout. We're adults here. Let's start acting the way that we need to and do the right thing. You know, I'm 60 years old. Or rather 70 years old. I wish I was. Thinking young. I got 18 seconds. About the only thing I have to say is I don't love being up here. We don't love being up here. You don't love being up here. You know, the Van Gilders, I've known them for years, multi-billion-dollar corporation. You know, nothing else to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Alyssa Recker. I live at 7171 Manor Lane, so I'm on the Cohocton side, but I'm within 2 miles of the proposed data center. I wrote a whole thing tonight about the ordinances that we should be looking at during a moratorium. I'll save that. I sent that in. But as we've been sitting here talking about the moratorium and this potential project, you know, one thing that I think is important to consider and that I would ask you all to consider is looking at our enforcement mechanisms, because when we talk about zoning and ordinances, for all of us in here, right, the rules are the rules, and you're gonna fine us when we violate a condition of zoning, right? For a company like Meta or whoever is behind this project, $1,000 fine is absolutely nothing. So I would ask you to consider, as you are thinking about the moratorium, as you're thinking about this project and the ordinance updates, I would ask you to also consider, what are we gonna do about enforcement when we're dealing with $1 trillion company instead of an average neighbor? Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Debbie Manistow. I live at 2330 Tooley Road in Howell Township. Kind of wrote some notes down so that I don't flounder. I'm not here with specific data. I'm here speaking from my heart. I want to know what we're doing to the next generation. I right now don't have grandkids. I hope to have them one day, and I want to leave them a good environment. I've lived in Livingston County since I was little. Lived in Howell for 30 years. It's a beautiful community. I think for what bothers me the most is it seems like it's all about money. That's only going to enrich a few people. You look at this big crowd of people here that we have worked hard all of our lives to do the American dream, to own our own home, and this could all disappear. I just pray that you guys do the right thing and make the right decision for we the people in all of this wonderful community that we live in. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jody Fulton. I live 1.5 miles from the proposed site. This project does not fit under data processing and RT. I spoke about that last night. Permitting it would twist the allowable use for this project and risks legal ramification. There is an onslaught of new industry knocking at the door, and we are woefully ill-prepared. But they are not here in our small towns by coincidence. We are being sought out for many reasons. Our lack of experience negotiating with trillion-dollar companies being one of them. We need time to level the playing field. We need impact studies. We need an economic analysis. We need laws on the books. We might be ill-prepared, but we are not ignorant. So here is your chance. Vote down this project. Work with us, not against us, and let's get to work.
Good evening, David Foreman, 6126 Pheasant Ridge Drive. I live in Fowlerville, but north on Owasso, and it seems that this data center is probably closer to Fowlerville than many parts of Howell, so appreciate the say here. Couple of interesting things is that we, again, live 3 miles. It's going to be about $2 billion to build a data center. For a large-sized data center, which this is, so maybe a bit larger. In the third quarter of 2025, ending September 30th, 2025, Amazon Web Services generated an operating profit of $11.4 billion. For the full year, 2025, analysts project that will be $48.9 billion. Meta, which I believe is what's coming in here, quarter 1, 2025 was $16.6 billion. Quarter 2 was 2025 was $18.3 billion, and Q3 was $18.6 billion, and there's some other tax things that bring that down, but that's what it should be. What's interesting, Governor Whitmer, she is providing tax exemptions. Governor Whitmer signed legislation that provides the sales and use tax exemptions for these data centers. And so it's very interesting that we will end up paying for it. And what I would like to understand here, because we're all talking about the data center, asking you not to put it in, but what if it does? We have a governor who is pushing it. If it does go in, then what really does happen to us, and what are you doing then to protect our values if our home value does go down and you have a $48 billion profitable organization right next door? What are you doing to fight for some rights for us if this does happen? So we spent 20 years just to get to the point where we could actually start to build our dream. And now we're really concerned about going away. So what will you do if it does happen? How are you going to protect everybody in it, especially a half a mile away? If nobody cares, you have no recourse. So what are you? Oh, there's recourse.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Ryan Fiesel, 5200 out on Kirsten Court, or Drive. I live approximately half a mile away from this data center. My wife and I moved to the area because we thought it was the perfect rural area. And now I hear that water pollution, noise pollution, I want to raise a family here, and now I really don't want to. I don't want to be a part of a community that's going to allow a data center in here. But why? For what reason are we having a data center here? It produces no support to this community. It makes people want to leave. A perfectly good community. People don't want to be near a data center. You're losing citizens. I've had neighbors already selling their houses because of this, and they've been on sale for a while. Nobody wants to come to a community where they're going to have to fight with water pollution and noise pollution. I have methane gas in my well, and I have to possibly redig a well, and then I hear that they could dry out my new well. Who pays for that? Me. They don't pay for it. That's not fair. So I want you guys to just not rezone it at all. I think that's the right thing to do for this community. Keep your citizens in mind. Keep them here. Keep them here. Bring more people in. Leave it as an agricultural area. That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Kimberly Watson, and I don't want to be here. And probably most of these people don't. I didn't want to have to learn about this. I didn't want to have to study it and figure things out. I still don't understand it all. But we trust you guys to make the right decision for this community and say no, now and in the future, to this data center and rezoning. And if you don't, the joke might be on you, and here's why. These data centers have been studied. 550 data centers were studied by a university in California. They found that these data centers may cause, by 2030, $20 billion annually in additional health fees. These diesel generators, if they're going to use as backup, emit nitrogen dioxide, diesel particulates above the state levels or above areas around there, and they can be found up to 2 states away. So this can cause respiratory illnesses, cardiovascular stress, increased hospitalizations, and the degradation of quality of life. So those might be things that the joke might be on you and your family and your grandkids and your kids, just like they'll be on ours. So we're trusting you to make the right decision and say no, as you must. You must consider under our health, safety, and welfare mandate for Howell Township. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dave O. Data center. It is what it says. It's to collect our data, to monitor our lives, and ultimately control us in the end. It's wanted to track everything we do and every convenience they sell us for more control. It's wanted to track our money, to take it from our hands. We won't be able to move a penny, to have a garage sale without being tracked or taxed, or lock us out of our digital currency they are trying to force on us using these centers. It's wanted to monitor everything we look at online and everything we say online. It's to shadow ban us, to cancel our voices if they so choose and don't like what we have to say. We won't have the choice in the future to stop the monitoring and control of our lives if we don't stop it now.
Thank you.
Facebook shut me down today. Closed my account. He didn't like
Go
what
ahead.
I had to say.
I'm waiting for the time.
Sorry.
No problem. Jess Mace, 1220 Weatherstone Lane, Howell. Howell is speaking to you. You cannot deny that the collective voices of the people are speaking to you when the Republicans and the Democrats alike are here working together, facing this bipartisan challenge in the community together. When both sides are saying no, I think you have your answer. Michiganders have been vocal across the state, louder this week than ever, that they do not want data centers in the rural communities where Michigan's resources are most prevalent and most protected. Kalkaska raised their collective voices and won this week, and Saline is continuing to yell as loudly as they can. Listen to your residents. We voted for you, and we expect you to hear our voices and represent us as you promised to. We are begging you to do what is right for Howell, for Michigan, and to say no to this data center so that our community can get to work in protecting itself from future predatory behavior from big tech companies. Let's make sure that they know that Howell's beautiful resources are not up for grabs.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jake Ivan. I live at 4300 Fleming Road, right on the devil's doorstep of this project. I couldn't get any closer, really, unless I was part of the family. I'm concerned for my health and safety with this project going in across the street. This whole thing has been rushed. Me and my neighbors have had very little info. It's very concerning the way this has all been gone about, and I moved out here for peace and quiet. I moved out here with my high school sweetheart, and just before the lockdown, and I love this community. It's been a great place to live, and I couldn't imagine something like this going in one of our farms. And I realize the family, it's their land to do what they want, but there has been no transparency in this deal, and all the dishonesty among everyone involved has been unacceptable. And there's just nothing in place to protect me and my neighbors like this man here from the pollution. They say they're gonna build a berm, plant some trees, but what about everything else that comes with this place? This corporation's got the money to do what they want, and they will steamroll us. My property value will be nothing. I'm completely downwind from this thing right across the street. They want to put this power station about 30 feet outside my property line, it seems like. I mean, I'll be sleeping with the servers technically if you guys let this go through, and it will deem my property pretty much unlivable, unsellable. So please do the right thing and vote no on the rezoning.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Richard Allen, and I actually live in Shiawassee County, but a road does not divide us. I am your neighbor. I have seen the run-up to this before. About 6 years ago, Ranger Power introduced themselves to the county officials in our county, and they told them all the benefits that they were going to bring when they built the Assembly Solar site, which I must say, incidentally, the same family that is pushing the data center here is the first ones to sign a lease in Shiawassee County of over 500 acres. And so we have that in common. And also, all the promises that are made and in the run-up, none of it came to fruition. Nobody's talked about flooding here. When you do an undertaking of this sort, you're gonna have flooding all over the place. We had propane tanks flooding up there, floating after a good rain because of the way they move the topsoil around. And there's a lot to be discovered, as a few people before me said. We need more information on this. But I think it's ironic that we have to, this reminds me of Watergate. It's not the original sin, it's the cover-up. Every day you have to go on Facebook, ironically, and you have to get the news of what's happening here from Mark Zuckerberg, who's trying to destroy this community. If that doesn't make you crazy, I don't know what will. I have been at many meetings in Livingston County because I fight against industrial solar. I've done that for about 4 years now. And I recognize the tactics of developers, and they all maintain the same status quo with that. They come in here, they think you're gullible, I'm just really disappointed that the majority of you sounds like signed NDAs. With what happened in Green Charter Township, with the Goshen fiasco, and in Mundy Township, much closer, those people that signed NDAs are not on the township board anymore because they were recalled.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maggie Tennant. I live on 2578 Mar Road. And when we first heard about this, I really just thought, what is the purpose of zoning if it doesn't protect us from this?
Right.
What is the purpose of this committee if you don't protect us from this? Literally, it just blows my mind. It doesn't matter if we rezone it to RT or industrial. We don't want either. Those types of facilities belong in facilities, like the lawyer said, that are properly zoned for that. This area is not for a reason. We don't want it. We're not made for it. Also, the attorney said over and over again, the legislative decision is in your control. He said it over and over again. You already have the power to stop this. So stop it. This is very likely the most important and impactful decision of your career. We voted for you, now you vote for us.
Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners and fellow Howellites. My name is Mark Freud, 3550 Byron Road, Howell Township. 16 years ago, my wife and I moved from Livonia out here, bought this foreclosed house that was stripped on 10 acres, and we'd come out here and work on it one night a week and on the weekends. And we would sit on our front porch and gaze upon our property, and my wife and I would say, I can't believe I live in such a beautiful place. And our community is changing, and change is inevitable, but we need growth in a wise way. I mean, this is let me sidetrack a little bit. A couple of years after I moved here, I got to know some people in Howell Township, and I was nominated to be on the Planning Commission and appointed by the board. And I felt it an honor, and I was very proud to be part of someone representing my community. I wanted to give back to my community, be a part of it, try to be positive. And it's a difficult task, and it doesn't pay crap, but I felt like I was contributing, and every decision I made, it might not have been to my betterment, but I made it, and I tried to be as transparent, honest, and for what was best for the community at large, not any particular person. And some of the decisions weren't in my best interest, but they were in the best interest of our community. And I also was part of drafting, not the current give me a minute. I was part of drawing the master plan, not the one that's in place now, but I assume it's very similar to the one in place now. There is a reason why that property we wanted agricultural. There's a reason why we have an industrial there, and we have turned down plenty of other proposals because they did not fit the master plan or the zoning. And one more point. We don't need a moratorium and kick the can down the road. You can vote on it, and I trust that you would like to vote in the best interests of your community, as I always tried to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Marty Kubiak, Owasso Road, about 2,500 feet from the site. I'm not in opposition to progress, but defending something more vital, our land, community, and our future. Once you pave farmland, you can't get it back. There's nothing left of it. Data centers, we've already talked about, enormous drain on water. Yesterday, a rep for the company, whoever that is, probably China company, because they're too ashamed to represent and know who they are, but made a commitment that he would cover our wells if there was a damage to the wells. Well, that's a little too late. That's kind of closing the gate after the horses take off. I believe that should you do something like this, and I appreciate you guys staring at me too, that's awesome for the attention, but I think you should, if you go forward, to make sure that there's some sort of a bond, some sort of insurance. There is somebody that already said, you don't have the power to stop a big company if they're not going to do what they say they're going to do. So some sort of a $10 billion bond that would give insurance for us, not so much to protect our wells, but have to buy 5,000 homes at $500,000 each. And then to protect them, they should also invest in inspecting every single well in Livingston County ahead of time so that we don't have to argue whether their system contaminated our well or destroyed our well. He also mentioned engineers might be able to come up with dry water cooling. I work for a largest truck manufacturer in the world, and we have engineers, and we have warranty because of engineers. And thanks for offering a berm around 400 feet. Sorry, we're in a farming community. That's lipstick on a pig. It's still a pig. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Andrew Kimball, and I live on 1039 East Davis Road, just south of Howell. I absolutely despise AI, but want to focus on the rezoning. We moved out to the area 5 years ago because of the rural community and the serenity found here. I strongly oppose rezoning to industrial. I'm not the only one that feels this way. A neighboring township, Marion Township, just to the south, published survey questions in its master plan that all point to local rural residents generally oppose such industrial development in their neighborhoods. This township and Marion Township are very similar, with rolling farmland, quaint houses, and acres of undeveloped woodlands. Of the 605 total responses to the survey, 75% of the citizens responded that open space is why they chose to live in the area. 94% of the responses also say that rural character is what they like about living in the area. Closing off a large portion of the township to a commercial industrial complex and rerouting Grand River would eliminate that rural character. On a scale of not important to very important, 55.5% of the people responded that new industrial development is not important. Over half oppose new industry, and that's with the assumption that industry brings good paying jobs. This does not. Other survey categories include that non-residential development would be preferred. The least selected option was heavy industry at only 1%, and light industrial at 9%, with most prefer small shops or nothing whatsoever. In summary, rural neighborhoods prefer to keep it small and keep it to the necessities, not a nearly 1,200-acre industrial complex in the middle of our farmlands. Please do not allow for the rezoning of the beautiful farmland into commercial or industrial. It would significantly hurt the housing prices, as no one wants to live near a 24-hour complex like that. It would destroy the charming character of the area. The local citizens live out here to get away from the commercial and industrial commotion of Metro Detroit. Please do not bring that here and drive everyone away. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Salam Fatawi, 206 West Auburn Trail, also representing my parents who moved here to retire and live on Lake Chemung. Mike Votes counsel for the applicant provided verbal guarantees that any damage to local wells and aquifers would be covered by the data center. That in and of itself shows that they know they will damage residential water. They know they will damage our community. Guarantees from mega corporations mean nothing, and they won't be honored when their mega law teams bankrupt Howell. Protect our residents and surrounding neighborhoods. Don't allow this data center.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Donald Atkins. I live at 2660 Bowen Road, about 3.5 miles from the proposed data center. I'm not going to speak on water, power, taxes, or property rights. Those points have already been made and debated endlessly. I would like to add new discourses to the conversation. It poses as a simple question: how much is too much. It gets more complicated the more you unravel it, but I am not convinced that persistent advances in convenience are a net positive for humans. I think it is pure indulgence, the kind of which that makes you fat, and the kind of which that makes you stupid and dull. We have lost any notion of moderation in our culture as being square or backwards. It's been used as a pejorative term for those who wish to practice temperance. Once an admirable trait, but largely ignored today. And the future is not looking good. I need everyone over the age of 50 to understand that you will not inherit the future. This is a normal part of life. Your kids and grandkids will. And if anything about this data center makes your stomach feel ill, please fight for them. For it is the youth who will suffer the consequences, and you must fight. And I do mean fight. And I don't honestly believe that my words are going to convince anybody in a part of Meta or anything like that.
You got us convinced.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank
Have
you.
a good one.
My name is Sandy Bessert. I live at 3011 Fisher Road in Howell, Michigan. I never intended on speaking at any of these type of things. I'm not a public speaker. I don't have anything prepared, but I'm just felt I had to speak up for all of us here and tell you, deny this data center. It's not what we want as a community. I don't know how you guys would be able to look in the mirror yourselves if you vote this, don't vote this down. Again, I don't have anything prepared, but really, the kids from Fowlerville, it's going to impact them and how they're learning, and just the water consumption. Everything I've heard at any of these meetings has just turned my stomach. And I've lived here all of my life, and so many of these other people have moved here because they want the rural community and that master plan to continue. I have a niece, Tiffany Bessert, who is expecting another child, and I don't want those great nieces and nephews to grow up with this kind of effect on their health and well-being. Please, I implore you, for everybody here, vote, do not deny this rezoning for the corporation who will not disclose their name. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next? Thank you.
Paula Murphy, I live off a huge road in Howell. I want to touch base on some of the issues I brought up yesterday, which lately is the fire department. If there's a fire here, our fire department's not ready for it. We have pumpers, we have volunteers. Who's doing the training? Who's going to be preparing for it? These fires happen on a regular basis. I've been studying, looking for information on this all day, and I cannot find where there is any safety in place. Let's be realistic. With DTE here, we don't even have to have the wind blow, and our energy's gone. That causes a surge. How can we rely on DTE to make sure we have power if they're going to make sure they have power first? We're going to have more blackouts around here. Who's going to be first? Who's going to get repaired first? What if there is a fire there? It only takes one spark, one piece of dust, a lightning strike. temperature sensors, humidity monitors, airflow detectors, blackmail, cybersecurity. Anything can happen where they malfunction and there's a fire. Who's going to take care of it? Is our fire department prepared for something like this? Like I mentioned yesterday, when EV cars out became a big thing, Brighton's fire chief had a big article about the fact that they were not prepared for even car fires, let alone data centers. Environment. Where are the studies that they actually have that are real? The ones I found kind of go back and forth, kind of like CDC with everything else. I want to see some actual studies that there's no environmental risk, because everything that I have actually read is the fact that the air and land is contaminated with fine particles that will cause respiratory distress, the IVAPs.
Your mic's off, so thank you.
Good evening. My name is Maggie Tonks, and I live at 1405 Shire Court, about maybe 2.5 miles from the data center. I'm not going to go through the water and the electricity because you all know that and you've heard it from people. I do have a question though. Is there a difference between a data center and hyperscale data center? Okay, I don't know that that was clarified. Some back info. And I do watch too much news, and I go through cable, all the stations, and I watch a lot of podcasts. Our current administration, which I watched this week during a state dinner, is pushing for these data centers because they want to beat China in the AI race. That has been said over and over. You can look it up yourself. I also saw Mark Zuckerberg, I read an article by him, has committed $600 billion to data centers. That's a lot of money. I also watched Elon Musk this week, okay? He said that once AI comes in, there won't be any reason for people to work. He said this, we can stay home and play games. That's kind of frightening. You know, these data centers are not creating jobs, people, for our kids. I don't have a grandchild or anything. You know, I don't have any skin in the game or anything. It's not creating jobs. It's not, and I think you people know that. I've also read that, like, there's talking about, human resources, maintenance, security. Those jobs will probably be contracted out. Okay, I don't have much time. Let's see here. The company is already getting, the company in Saline has already asked for a 50% tax break. There was a town hall on Monday. I don't know what that was all about. Let's see here. Okay. I'm sorry, I need another time. Rick and Ryan Van Gilder did an interview with WHMI about a week ago. I was surprised that Ryan didn't even know what EAGLE stood for. Okay, which the interviewer Googled it during a break. It is.
Okay, time.
What?
Time.
I want to say one more thing, please.
Okay, one more thing real quick.
Okay, all right, thank you. Everyone here, we are so indebted to Corey Elchin. He has done hours and hours and hours of work. Thank you, Corey, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Krista Miner. I live on Marr Road in Howell Township. I don't need 2 minutes. I just have a quick statement I wanted to make. It's a question I've been asking myself in these meetings that I've attended. I know you can't answer. 10 years ago, there wasn't a big talk about data centers and the need for these types of buildings. The technology is changing quickly, obviously. Where is this building going to be in 10 years? when what they put in there is obsolete. We're going to be stuck with a huge shell and no farmland. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Nathan Warzeka, 8574 Shiawassee River, Fowlerville. Kind of following up on her point, I've read a lot of reports that AI is the next bubble, is the .com bubble, is the housing bubble. I'm out in Red Cedar Crossing subdivision. We have an example of this. We have, in front of our sub is a Handy Township water plant. It's built to handle 1,000 houses. Our sub has about 400. The plan was for all of Van Buren to be subdivisions and for this water treatment plant to service the whole area. And no one pays a lot because it gets spread out. Our sub was built in 2006. 2007, 2008, the housing market crashed. No more houses were built. Now Handy Township says, well, you guys got to pay for this whole treatment plant. We're not going to build more houses. It's going to cost you more. And we've been fighting them to get this changed. So because of a mix of corporation and government actions during that time, our subdivision has this huge plant that we don't need that's now our burden to pay for because of the housing bubble and how that affected everything. So my concern is that this is, like the last person said, this is the next bubble. In 10 years, what's this going to be? Is AI the next fad? Are we going to have an obsolete center? With the last 30 seconds. Also, if you look at the area in Virginia that's now the data center capital of America, none of the multi-million-dollar houses around there wanted data centers. They plunked one down. When one came in, they said, we'll just build more. We'll build another one here. And now they have 20 or 30 data centers right next to these expensive houses that are much more than Howell. And no one, you go interview people there, they say, it's horrible, it's noisy, no one wants this. And they're building even more down there. I'm afraid once you open the door for one of these, it's just going to skyrocket to get Meta in there, to get Google in there, to get Amazon, whoever wants to build next to it, and just expand it. So vote no.
Thank you.
Hello, Steve Smith, Conway Township. Like many here, I was infuriated to learn that certain members of this board signed a non-disclosure agreement and knew from April about this. This not only affects Howell Township, it affects everyone else in our community. However, I'm going to give the board an out tonight. People have called for your resignation. For the people who signed the NDAs, I think that's appropriate. However, I would accept an apology. No. And I had a long career in business, and I made a lot of mistakes. And I tell you, the best apology you can make is I screwed up. Somehow, I don't see certain of you doing that. Now, in Conway Township and Cohocton, we've been fighting Ranger Power Solar for about 3 years. This is also the Van Gilder family. You could learn a lot from what we've been through. And I can talk about that more at another meeting. I'm going to close. I ran across a poem by William Ernest Henley. I'll say the last 2 lines. I am the master of my faith. I am the captain of my soul. He was a very sick man when he wrote that. Now, do you want our faith and our soul to be these damn data centers? I don't. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Micaiah. I live on Amberwood Trail right behind the Township Hall. I'm 25 years old. I would love to have a family in this small town. Pretty much everybody here does not want this. I would hope that we would not have this. My parents worked really hard to have their home here, and we love our property. We love our surrounding properties. We love our community. If we can't, we just don't want a data center. If we're gonna keep it as anything else, I will donate the first 5 goats if we keep it as a farm. I'll donate the first 5 goats. I'm just saying, I will do that. I have purebred Nubian goats. I will donate them to this farm if we can keep it a farm. I love Howell. Everybody here loves Howell. People come here to live out the rest of their days, and I would love to be an old lady here. I've lived here for 15 years. The last time I was here in this auditorium, I was in Miss Micah's choir class, and we sang "Oh Danny Boy" on this stage, and now I'm here trying to use my voice to not have this data center. So I just want to thank everybody here for coming, and this country is amazing, okay, because nowhere in the world can people come here and rally and do this amazing stuff, come here in front of you guys. This is the only country that has that. So hopefully you guys can hear us. We love our town. That's pretty much all that I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
My name is Krista Smith, 2024 Oak Grove. My family has lived in Livingston County for over a decade, and we currently reside in Howell Township. I'm speaking on behalf of my preteen children who could not be here tonight, but who are also opposed to the rezoning from agriculture due to their concerns about the negative impacts on the environment. They've spent years visiting Howell Nature Center, learning about conservation and preservation, and they are baffled at how our local leaders could continue to allow for habitat destruction in our community. My husband is home with our kids tonight, and he works in IT, and he also has serious concerns about a data center being allowed in this community. Along with my family, I oppose the rezoning. Please listen to all of us here when we say we don't want this here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Joy Detling. I'm at 2516 Curdy Road, and I'm sorry for you. This would be so hard to be sitting up in your seats. I would be peeing my pants right now, especially if I signed an NDA. And because it is so clear what the people want, we're here. It's obvious. I think it's obvious to all of you. It's obvious to all of us that we're the communities together on this issue. And what I see here, I've been so impressed by this community around this issue. The way I've seen community members standing up, doing research, hours and hours. I can't even imagine the amount of research some of our community members are doing. How intelligent I've seen our community members, how much they care, how passionate they are. And what I see are wheels in motion. The community does not want this. We will do whatever we need to do to keep this out. I hope that you are with us and that you will help us with that. I'm sure that if you get in our way, that we will do whatever we can to keep this out of here because we are united. Please make the right choice. Make the moral choice. I trust that you know what the moral choice is, and it is for you to be a conduit for the wishes of the people. Please stand with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
I had a couple comments. I was at the Cleary meeting.
Name and address, please.
John Galt, Putnam Township. I was at the Cleary meeting, Cleary College, and I was talking to the engineer that was working for the contractor, and the closed loop system for the water consumption, they're going to do that, but when there's warmer temperatures, they're going to incorporate swamp coolers. Anyone familiar with what those are? They use a tremendous, and this is from the engineer, I'm not making this up, you can talk to them. They use a tremendous amount of water, and that water probably has to be conditioned. You can't just take raw well water out of the ground because there's too many deposits and it's not pure. So I'm sure they're going to put some type of chemicals in that water. And part of it evaporates and the other part's going to be discharged, and I don't know where they're going to put that. You know. Well, that's the thing. I mean, these companies are these large corporations are like vampires. They come in and they suck all the resources, and then when they're done, they just leave. You can't do nothing to them. So and it's proven. Flint, Pontiac, and Detroit. In Detroit, the only reason that's still breathing, the simple fact is the government, the state and the federal government give them billions and zillions of dollars to stay alive. But you go past that one little area, it's dead. So this is what these companies do, and it's just a terrible thing. And I don't mean to give anyone a hard time here, but I was at the IOSCO solar thing. DT was there, and here last night. And the representatives of these companies, they'll sit up here for 15, 20 minutes telling their spiel, and then they tell us, well, you got 3 minutes, you know. And, you know, last night we were here, and the fellow was here for 15 minutes. And, you know, you're telling people you're cutting them off 2 minutes, you know. And I understand there may be a time thing, but, you know, there is a First Amendment. You know, we do have a right to adjust this government for redress of grievances, and there's no time constraints in that, and you should know that. You're an attorney. That's the First Amendment. That's what gives us the right here to speak. And if you're not doing that, then there's a real problem here. There's something wrong. That shouldn't be up there. There should be a picture of Howell or something.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else for call to the public? All right, I'll entertain a motion to we don't need a motion to close the call to the public, but to move back to the data center moratorium ordinance.
So moved, Bull. Support.
Motion by Bowles, second by Counts. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, discussion. Thoughts?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
This addition to the moratorium was presented to us. Chris, have you had a chance to look at that by chance?
Yes.
So when I first brought the motion forward to have the discussion of a moratorium, we wondered what was going to happen with the rezoning request. We found out when we sat down here tonight. So this suggested revision does include a moratorium on the rezoning too. Is there anything improper or illegal about that?
There's nothing illegal. I think the point I made earlier is that you already control the ability to sort of decide what you want to do with that rezoning. So you can take that action up on your own. That's the point. But
so in layman's terms, this moratorium is basically a commitment from this board not to do anything for 6 months, correct? Because they can come back, and basically change it at any time, or we can come back.
Correct.
As a board.
Correct.
Okay, got more? You good? You done?
Does anyone else have any questions?
Mr. Count? Okay. Okay, come on. Can we have the meeting, please?
So I would make a motion to approve the moratorium with the amendment that it has the suggested revision that we were given when it came up, which does include the zoning also. If not, I mean, I guess we're ready to vote at our next meeting if it comes back from the county.
So, Chris, if there's, can we, please? We're not going to achieve anything if we keep doing this. Thank you. Chris, is there any, I mean, the question was, is there any concern of adding this in?
it's the same piece I already indicated as the distinction between the administrative and the legislative. But if you want to wrap this in, as Mr. Bull indicated, it's basically a policy statement that you're going to put it on a 6-month hold. You already have the legislative authority to approve it or deny it in the same process separate from the moratorium anyway, so you're basically just making that decision as a part of this moratorium. It'd be no different than 2 separate motions if the board decided we'll pass the moratorium, and then just say separately you're going to put the rezoning and table it for 6 months. You're basically doing the same thing, you're just doing it in one document. So.
Okay, so thoughts, concerns?
I mean, my thought is that we're treating it differently than every other application. Every other application we get goes through the 3-step process. Every other application goes through the 3-step process. Goes to county, goes to township planning, county planning, township board. I don't know why we would treat this any differently. I think we do need a moratorium. I think a moratorium is a smart move. I think putting it in place so that no matter what happens, land use cannot happen with a moratorium. And I think that is a smart move to make for this board. I think there's a lot going on with data centers. We have a lot of people that are concerned, obviously. And I think looking into it further makes sense.
So I guess I'll ask Mr. Bowl, do you really believe that this board would come back and undo this moratorium? Or is it just you want clarity that it could happen?
I would just like clarity that the rezoning would also be halted for the moratorium.
So you wouldn't, you would say that when the rezoning came to this board coming from county planning, that we don't approach that we let it sit there for 6 months, or turn it down and be done, or vote it yes? I mean,
my suggestion would be have it held in abeyance for 6 months or tabled for 6 months. If that can be done, if not, then we'll vote on it in December.
So you're saying, repeat that. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
So my request or my suggestion would be to have the rezoning held in abeyance until the moratorium is completed also, as well as the ordinance.
Okay. So I guess where are we? What's the, anybody else have any input, thoughts?
So first of all, I would just like to say thank you to everybody for coming tonight. I think one lady spoke about the fact that that's one of the greatest things we have in this country is the ability to speak our mind, First Amendment rights, and I think that's true. The other great thing about this country is our ability to have debate civilly. So I appreciate that as well, and I would appreciate if you would give us the opportunity to conduct business, because that is what you elected us to do. So thank you. Excuse me. I agree with Trustee Hohenstein, and that I think a moratorium is due, and I think it's due because of the fact that the state legislature has enacted certain bills that provide tax incentives for large corporations to come here and build hyperscale data centers. And I think given the fact that we have so many people here tonight voicing their opinion, we need the ability as a township, and our planning commission needs the ability to understand what that means from a zoning perspective. So I don't believe that the moratorium is worthless, as some have stated. I think it is worthwhile, and I think it would help protect the community, and I think it would help give us an opportunity to properly find a right place for this type of zoning. I understand what Mr. Patterson said, and I think the zoning rests with us anyway, so whether or not it's included, this language is included in the moratorium, I'm indifferent to it. I think it rests with us anyway. So I could go with it either way, the additional language being added. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
This is certainly a very great country that allows us to debate things that we don't see eye to eye on, and hopefully do it civilly. I would be hesitant to support a moratorium because at the end of the day, the community's goal here is no data center. And then doing a moratorium, it basically paves the way for a data center to be here. I am simply not of the opinion that no data center is an option for Howell Township. I'm also of the opinion that these farming families have invested into their properties and should be able to sell them to who they want. And when that developer comes in, then we have questions that need to be answered. I believe there is a system in place to answer all those questions. There's preliminary site plan approvals and performance guarantees that can be put in place to protect the people of all the concerns set forth here today. I would be willing to support a moratorium, but I do want to be clear that I am not a no data center advocate. I believe this is the opportunity for this country to move forward. I believe it will present more opportunity than it'll take away.
Come on. Hey, we let you speak, let him speak.
I believe I've said all I've had to say.
Come on, please. Sir,
Live here.
stop. Come on. Can we have a meeting, please? All right, we're done?
Yeah, that's all I had to say. Thank you, Mr. Supervisor.
All right, is there any motions?
Mr. Chair, I do have some additional discussion. I would just like to add that I do not believe that a data center is a terribly bad thing. We have to think of exclusionary zoning also. So, can I finish? Can I finish? Not a dime, sorry. Okay. So, my concern is the zoning. That's zoned agricultural preservation. I think 88% of the people have spoken, they want to keep it there. So maybe the choice for a data center isn't in that location. But regardless, we still need an ordinance to regulate data centers wherever they are. So in that respect, I support the moratorium because it gives us time to do that. We need time. But I'm also concerned that we don't change the zoning in the meantime. Now,
Okay.
So my motion was to enact the moratorium with the language that includes the rezoning at the same time.
Is there support? Okay, there's no support.
Mr.
There's a
Supervisor,
second
Can
motion.
we have some decorum?
Just go ahead.
I would be concerned that we are, as Trustee Hohenstein said, we're treating a specific situation that's already in process differently than other applications that have come before us. And that would be my concern with that.
So
as far as adding this language, right? I think if we want to, as Mr. Patterson had stated, the power to approve or deny the rezoning is already coming to us on December 8th. That's why.
So, Jonathan, maybe you can help me out as a zoning administrator. If a rezoning is denied, the applicant is barred from applying again for how long?
I believe the ordinance is a year.
So if we enact this moratorium on an ordinance and the rezoning comes back in our December meeting, December 8th, I believe, correct? And it's denied, the applicant would have to wait a year.
Yes.
Or he's going to get approved.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Or he will get approved.
So okay, so if the board has the public hearing on the 8th of December.
Yes.
There's multiple options that the board can make, but if they approve it and the moratorium's in place, they can't move forward with citing a data center on this property.
But at that point, the land's already zoned as research and technology.
If the board says yes, then yes.
Okay.
If we enact the moratorium and then say no, then the property's not rezoned, but people still cannot apply to have a data center sited in the township while we work on the ordinance.
But if it's a no, then the applicant cannot come back to rezone that property for a year.
I believe that's correct.
So would it be in the benefit of the applicant to possibly wait 6 months until a decision can be made?
Would it benefit the applicant?
Possibly.
I don't.
I'm just trying to get the 6 months moratorium for the zoning in, actually. So.
I guess.
I didn't hear his question. Did you have a question or a statement?
Well,
so if it comes back on the 8th, it's either got to be approved or denied.
Denied.
Correct?
Approved, denied, or you could say you could move it to more meetings. I mean,
Or we could have additional meetings.
Correct. But yeah, your decisions under the zoning ordinance are approve or deny the conditional rezoning that's presented.
Okay.
but if it was denied, they would have to wait
1 year
a
on the same
year.
request, yeah.
I'm sorry?
1 year on the same request.
Okay. All right.
By then, we can put it on a ballot and vote it all down.
Okay. So,
Discussion should be on the mics.
So has the motion died from
yeah, there's lack of support. So.
I mean, so I would make a motion to support the moratorium as presented and set the current rezoning application for a public hearing on December 8th at the Township Board meeting. As a side comment, so that the community gets an answer, and so does the applicant. And it's being treated, every applicant, the same.
Okay, is there support?
Support.
Motion by Hohenstein and seconded by
Fagan.
Fagan, thank you. Discussion.
So I'm going to support the moratorium on the ordinance, and we'll look forward to the vote on the 8th.
Okay.
Thank you.
Roll call?
Oh, we need a ordinance number first.
296.
Oh, you're right, sorry.
I amend my motion to include the number ordinance of 296.
Okay. Okay. Roll call, please.
Bull.
Yes.
Counts.
Yes.
Wilson.
Yes.
Doss. Yes. Fagan.
Yes.
Hohenstein.
Yes.
Coddington.
Yes. Ordinance passes. Or motion passes along with the ordinance. Move on to unfinished business, renewable energy ordinance overlay district.
If you'll remember from the last meeting, we had...
Microphone.
Sorry. If you'll remember from the last meeting, we had a couple of changes to the ordinance. Those changes have been made, and the ordinance before you...
You want to pause for a couple of minutes and let... Sorry. No, thank you. They're extra special. Yeah, probably not then.
So you don't have to, they're not.
I'd like to make a motion that we recess for 10 minutes.
Support, Bull.
Motion is supported for recess for 10 minutes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We're recess for 10 minutes. You got a timer? Yeah. wasn't Tanya.
Where the hell did she go? She went to check the batteries.
I don't know where she went. Maybe she went to pick up her stuff. Oh, we did have a deputy here. Oh, Karen. Could have used him.
Want me to go back
I didn't know
and
he
see
was
if she's
here
back
or
there?
not.
Want me to go out? See?
What?
If she's back out there?
She probably went to the bathroom or something. I don't know where she went. She's still got 3 minutes. We can't start without her because that causes all kinds of problems. Pretty sad when she's the important one.
You can start without me, but you can't start without her.
Right, that's what I said. It's pretty sad when she's the important one.
Who do I hear? Here's somebody. Maybe it's time. Nope.
There she is. She's coming.
Here she comes. That's it? Okay, is there a motion to reopen the meeting?
I'll make that motion.
Support.
Motion by Doss, seconded by Counts. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, back to renewable energy ordinance.
So you remember from the last meeting, we asked for 2 updates, to update the bond rating to match what county planning had suggested, and then including that noise be measured at the property line, not at a neighboring property's wall. So we did make those updates, and that's what you have before you.
Okay, questions, comments, concerns?
I got a question, Mr. Supervisor, if I may ask the Planning Commission representative, Mr. Bull. This solar overlay ordinance, when it was taken upon by the Planning Commission, how did that come about? Was that by recommendation of the board, or is this something that's been sitting there for a while? Do you recall?
So the solar overlay was there before I came to the planning commission. It had just been tossed out there in areas of the township where, if and when industrial solar approached us, would we have an area to put it in and not be subject to exclusionary zoning. So that area was added in there for that reason.
You said it had been sitting there for a while, untouched. What was the initiative that got that moving along again? Was that initiative?
It was during the discussion in one of the several planning commission meetings we had on it. I don't recall who brought it up.
Okay, so the planning commission took the initiative to bring that back on the table.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have on that.
Okay. Any other questions, concerns, motions?
Move to accept, I'm sorry, before we start, is it 297?
Yes.
Okay. Move to accept ordinance 297, the zoning ordinance amendment, the renewable energy facilities and overlay district as presented.
Support Bull.
Motion by Hohenstein, seconded by Bull. Is that right?
Yeah. Correct.
Thank you. Discussion? Roll call?
Hohenstein,
Yes.
Bull,
Yes.
Counts,
No.
Wilson,
No.
Fagan,
Yes.
Doss,
Yes.
Coddington,
Yes. Okay, ordinance passes. Other unfinished business, Howell Township versus Fagan, just informational.
Just informational.
New business to 2026 water connection fee.
So our ordinance requires that we set our water connection fee. If we don't, it mandates that it goes up by 5%. We have held the water and sewer connection fee steady for several years now, but we do that through resolution. So you do have the ordinance before you. The board can set a different rate other than what it currently is, which is $5,000. If we do nothing or we don't approve a different rate, then it will automatically go up by 5%.
Okay. Thoughts, questions?
Mr. Chair, I reached out to our assessor and asked about how we're doing on our sewer and water fund, and he said we're fine just holding it as it is, and we can hold it with no increase. And I would make a motion to have a 0 increase.
Support.
Okay, motion by Bull, seconded by Counts. Discussion?
I have a question, I guess directed at the board as a whole, or those who may have more knowledge. Is there any room for a decrease in the rates? Or would that be bad practice? You know, if there's something we could give back or make it easier for residential development?
So if I can answer a little bit, Mr. Chair, when speaking with Brent, he said next year that might be something that we need to look at, that we would be able to look at. So if that helps at all.
Well, in our this board, and this been going on for a while, even before some of the new members, we've been discussing that once the sewer and water debt is completely paid off, that we would be looking at a full rate investigation between what we charge for sewer, what we charge for water, what we charge for connection fees, to make sure that what we're charging is fair and equitable. But really until that's paid off, we didn't really want to mess too much with what's going on. We don't want to make it any harder for homes and more expensive for homes to hook up if we can do that. And we've been able to hold that rate steady for, I wish I would have written the number down, but it's been several years since we've changed it. So we are trying to keep the fee as contained as we can until that is actually paid off, and then do a full picture look at our sewer and water stuff.
Just to be clear, when you say paid off, you mean like pay back the general fund?
Yeah, so right, as you know, we paid off the bonds, but the general fund is still owed a lot of money from the sewer and water fund. So we are working towards paying that back, and that is the goal we have set to say, all right, now we're going to look at everything.
And these connection fees actually go into the system to pay for maintenance on the system and things like that, right?
So technically, when you pay your connection fee, you're paying for your slice of if we're talking about sewer, the sewer plant, so you're paying for your little slice. Yeah, I mean, this money goes into a fund that when things need to be done, this is what it gets paid out of. And, you know, the connection fees is the main way that we've been able to pay for all of the updates at the wastewater treatment plant that we have made to try to keep it in, you know, really good shape.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Does that need to be done by resolution?
That doesn't need a resolution number. That was going to be my next question. If you could
Sorry.
give us the resolution numbers so they could add that back in.
558.
558. And if Mr. Bull will accept that.
Would that be for both of them?
No.
No.
559.
So I would make resolution 11.25558 and 559 as 0% increases for the following year,
So you're going to do both of them at the same time?
if we could.
Okay.
I'll accept the changes.
Okay. Any discussion? Roll call.
Doss.
Yes.
Counts.
Yes.
Wilson.
Yes.
Fagan.
Yes.
Bull.
Yes.
Hohenstein.
Yes.
Paddington.
You were last.
I'm sorry, yes. Can't hear you, so. I said yes to him.
Oh,
But yes, I'm a yes also. Sorry. Okay. 2026 meeting dates.
We also have to set our meeting dates by resolution. And so the clerk's department prepared the following calendars and general dates following the rules for our meetings. We do have exceptions for some of the meetings. Just as an example, the Planning Commission and ZBA in November and December don't meet their typical week because of the holiday, so we bump those up a week. And we always run into issues with the Township Board in March for the March Border Review. So sometimes those dates get moved beyond what is the normal schedule. But they prepared these and the resolution for your review.
Okay. So discussion, motions?
Move to accept resolution number 11.25.560.
Support.
Motion by Count, second by Hohenstein. Discussion? Roll call.
Hohenstein.
Yes.
Fagan.
Yes.
Bull.
Yes.
Counts.
Yes.
Doss.
Yes.
Wilson.
Yes.
Paddington.
Yes. FOIA appeal for Ben Gresco.
Chris Patterson again. I said I would assist on this. I don't think you've regularly actually had a FOIA appeal, so we did put the documents there, but I thought I'd give it just a quick summary overview of what you're looking at, and then if you had questions, you could certainly ask those. The township received a FOIA request, which is in the packet. It's the email that lists the different documents that were selected to be retrieved through the FOIA request process, including all emails, text messages, as a list of items related to correspondence, and the subject matter sort of relates to the data center piece that's been talked about earlier this evening. When we process or receive the FOIA request, the statute has specific timelines related to responding, and then we have to also look at certain exemptions. So if you look at the document that was then presented, which is the October 13th, 2025 response that was from our office, by a colleague in my office, we did grant the request. So it says partial grant, partial denial, because required by the statute to list whatever items we wouldn't provide. But the requests were actually reviewed. Correspondence was sent out documenting those requests to all the township board members, any bodies, or even department heads who would have received documents. That was all compiled. And there are two sort of sets of categories for which were not produced. That was like personal information related to contact information or details that might be on a letter and email that to the knowledge of those who reviewed the records was not in the public record. And then the second piece would just be any attorney-client privilege. If you look for all emails or correspondence, there'd be legal opinions and stuff that could come within that fold. Those are allowed to be exempted from production, just like would happen with any litigation that we do. That partial grant and denial, the way the FOIA process works, because this does relate to the appeal, you have to calculate, there's a worksheet that was provided to you in the packet. The calculation of those fees is specifically prescribed by statute. That was done by the township in calculating a fee of approximately $297. If that initial fee estimate exceeds $50, then you end up asking for a good faith deposit of 50%. So that was paid. It was approximately $150. Currently, there remains outstanding an amount that is about $143.10. So that's what's documented in the response. So just so you understand the basic request and then the response, it was granted, but for really redactions, removing some personal identifying information, and then the any attorney-client privilege pieces that would have been subject to the scope of that. The individual does have a right, which we put the statute in the packet, 15240 sub A. They're allowed to appeal to the head of the public body. You are the public body as the board, so we bring appeals to you to determine whether you are going to want to affirm or modify what has currently been the partial grant and denials by the FOIA coordinator. The appeal that you received is actually the first part in your packet, And so they identified essentially 3 reasons. One is the cost for purposes of the appeal, and then there was an issue with respect to the scope of the partial denials that did happen, and then also a request. There's a process in the statute. You can do a public interest waiver, but those public interest waivers typically can relate to pretty narrow grounds, and so that was not applied in this case. So that is coming before you. Normally, the way that these are handled is in the latter part of your packet after you get past the worksheet in the statute. This is just a proposed determination, so it'd have to be, the action item would be to accept that as presented, or you could modify it if you wanted to reverse some piece of what was done. But what's currently being presented is to affirm both what is actually being asked of as a FOIA fee appeal. You're allowed to first appeal the fees, and what we provided you is the worksheet. It's calculated in 15-minute increments, and it has to be using the lowest paid employee, which what was done. Now the problem is the request is so broad, there was various employees involved, so the township used that lowest employee for the different parts of the records that could be located. Those were billed in those 15-minute increments. That's how you get to that $297. The request, I think there was like almost over 15 hours spent sort of coordinating and finding all these different records to produce to the requester. So in the document that's before you, we have recommended to uphold the fee calculation. The FOIA coordinator did do it correctly, and it's not unreasonably high in relation to the amount of documents and the amount of searching, locating, copying, and review that was done. That would be on the first page of that proposed letter to accept. The next part was an issue that was taken related to the lowest employee that was capable of doing it. Because the search did include public records that would be in emails, phones that we also asked for from department heads, we have to rely on those specific department heads to search their devices. That's there and why that lowest hourly rate was the correct hourly rate in that fee calculation. So we are recommending that was done correctly and calculated as well. And then there was a question related to the amount of time spent for purposes of similar FOIA requests, but the sort of broad nature of the request itself, there really wasn't a similar request. So the fee calculations go into looking at the amount of hours and locations for those specific documents, plus then the review for any redaction, pulling of privilege to produce it. So we think it was done correctly. We're recommending that the FOIA coordinator be affirmed on that ground as well. And then I think there's certainly obviously discretion in the application of the public interest fee. Historically, the township has, in a case similar to this, they would not apply that public interest fee waiver. We certainly appreciate that individuals would want those public records. We regularly produce those, but they do cause a pretty high administrative burden and cost on the township for purposes of the normal business that someone might be doing when we otherwise ask you all to then coordinate, produce those records. So we're recommending that the public interest fee waiver that was denied in the original response would continue to be the case, which then would mean that those fees would be charged. There is an actual also piece that's raised in the appeal, which we did address in the end, as far as the redactions that are applied. Now, we did analyze that, and we think that the redactions that are applied are appropriate. The only interesting thing I'll note is that there's actually still an outstanding amount on the fee, so the documents haven't actually been received. So to my knowledge, the requester doesn't actually have the documents to know the extent that we applied the proper redactions, if that makes sense. But we did go back and we reviewed them ourselves. They haven't been picked up because there's an unpaid amount on the balance. But we did go back and take a look at them. We worked with the township to confirm that we think all the redactions, when they are paid and received, are appropriate. So it's probably a little bit premature to appeal on that issue, but we did appropriately address it, and we do think that everything was done correctly by the FOIA coordinator on that. So the sum is there needs to be an action, if you agree with that and what I just explained, if you don't have any questions, to accept the denial of the fee appeal and affirm the FOIA coordinator, which we have in the packet. If you accept that, then that will end up getting sent out when this township meeting is complete. And then if you got any questions, happy to sort of discuss any modifications or changes to that approach.
Okay. Questions, concerns?
Is Mr. Grusco in the audience? Does he get an opportunity to speak if he was here?
If he's here, I'll defer to the township if you want him to be able to present on his appeal.
I'd have no issue.
And these documents haven't been picked up as of yet? And they were processed separately. I know there's at least 3 different FOIAs, and they were all processed separately.
Yeah, they're all processed separately. the requests are not all identical, so as far as what we had to canvass and review, we had to request from officials, get collected, it's not all the same, but those hours are separately calculated. And of course, if we already searched and located records, nobody else is getting charged for records that have been located. So that was one of the issues he raised, and that is addressed in the FOIA appeal determination.
I did notice in his, because I saw this FOIA, obviously, and he did include a lot of alls and innies, and I understand that. I think you made mention of that. That's why it would increase the cost.
Okay, what's your pleasure?
I will move to adopt the township attorney's recommendation as to Mr. Greco's FOIA appeal, and to authorize the supervisor to sign the appeal determination and related certification for the township.
Support.
Motion by Hohenstein, second by Fagan. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Planning Commission appointment to open seat. I think we have most of the applicants here tonight. Have you come up to the microphone, introduce yourself, tell us why you're interested in doing the job. I'm just going to take them in the order they were in the packet, and Maureen Heikkinen here first. Do you got a mic? Nope. Bruce? There you go. Sounds like you got something. Nope. Where'd Bruce go?
I don't know if he's up there.
Well, that's problematic.
Mike,
I can hear you.
Mike,
Yeah, if you
Mr.
want to
Supervisor?
try it really loudly. Yeah.
can you hold on a minute so I can put the recording down there since it's not.
Oh, okay. Sure. Maybe Bruce will come back by then.
Maybe not.
Yeah. Well, if you're comfortable talking loudly, I guess if you want to come up and use a microphone up here, that would be appropriate also, I guess.
My name is Maureen Heikkinen. I am a resident of Howell Township. And give you the whole spiel. I've been in Livingston County more years than I care to actually offer out. I'm more than I'm going to decline to get my age. I've been a township trustee in Unadilla Township, served on the Unadilla Township Planning Commission, the Unadilla Township Zoning Board of Appeals. I have been a township supervisor in Howell Township. Oh, look at that.
Bruce is back.
And then in that capacity, I also served on the Fire Authority, Water Authority, Sewer Authority, started the Road Committee, and worked with the Planning Commission, obviously, in multiple ways, and seen many site plans, as well as reviewed many township-wide improvements, including sewer and water. I definitely have experience in the master plan, zoning and more ordinances, zoning appeals, public hearings. I understand the importance of following the documentation that we have, and I also understand the importance of modifying the plans, the ordinances to fit when they no longer fit. And I do think I would make an excellent candidate. Not planning on leaving the township anytime soon, so I would really like to take that experience and get back in and make a difference again.
Okay, thank you. Alyssa?
Mr. Chair, would we be able to ask the applicants questions?
Sure. I'm sorry.
If we could have Maureen back up there. Just one quick question, if I may.
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Maureen, thanks for being here and thanks for your application. Very much appreciate it. In reading your letter, you reference that your experience and vision can support the Planning Commission's important work. Could you elaborate a little bit on what your vision for Howell Township would be, what that might include?
Well, I think it's important that we hear our residents. And right now, and it honestly has not changed, they want to maintain a rural community. But on that, we have to balance it with development. We can't exclude development. That's how we lose. So you have to have that balance of we are still keeping our character, but we still plan for that development. And that's where the Planning Commission is really important. We have to look at where we have existing development right now and start doing more complementary planning. Right now, we do not have the best complementary planning.
Thank you, Maureen. That answers my question.
Anybody else
Very
have
well.
any questions? Okay, thank you.
Again, once again, my name is Alyssa Recker. So I am not a Howell Township resident. I live just off Chase Lake Road on the Cohocton side of the line, but I do own agricultural property in Howell Township over on Burkhart Road. My husband and I, we moved out here about 5 years ago. We traded in short commutes for a more rural lifestyle and everything that this community has to offer. I'm a material science and engineer by degree, but for the last 5 years, I have worked as a government affairs official for a vehicle manufacturer. In my jobs, it spans everything from ensuring compliance with all applicable laws and regulations, working with state and federal agencies to develop policy recommendations and regulation, and economic development like plant expansion and site selection. It's given me a huge appreciation for the role that folks like you and our Planning Commission play in our communities. I believe that my background lends itself well to being able to look at planning issues through a data-driven regulatory lens. And since I intend to be in this community for a very long time, these issues are extremely important to me. I've also done a significant amount of work in the utility space, like utility general rate cases. So given some of the projects that are before the township, I believe that my experience could be a benefit to the Planning Commission and this community. I've seen a lot of boards and agencies from this side of the podium, and the handful of times I've been to the Howell Township Planning Commission meetings, I've been incredibly impressed by how diligent and thoughtful every member of that commission is. So kudos to you folks, and it would really be a privilege to join them. I'm happy to take any questions.
Just one, and I think you kind of answered it throughout the night. But what sparked your interest in the open seat in the Planning Commission?
Well, I think I've sent in several letters and recommendations over the last few weeks, both to the Planning Commission and to this board. You know, my home is just 2 miles from the proposed data center site, and my agricultural property is within a mile of the site. So this is something that directly affects me. And honestly, when I saw this seat open, I was very excited to see an opportunity to get engaged in the local process. I deal with the state and the federal side of things all day, every day. And honestly, it's just an exciting opportunity to be able to bring what I do actually back home and hopefully benefit the people in this community.
Okay. Any other questions?
I do have a question. I know you've made comments about the data center, but believe it or not, the data center isn't all we do here. And so I just want to make sure that your interest extends beyond a data center, because an ordinance will eventually get done and then we move on to all the boring stuff where we have one person in the audience. I just want to make sure that you're okay with that.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I do completely understand that the commission has to deal with all issues. So like I said, I have a background in other utility spaces that I think, I can bring some knowledge as well, whether we're thinking about things like water and pollution. I deal regularly with things like PFAS regulation and working through things like air quality permitting. So these are all aspects that I think I can bring to the Planning Commission, not just on the data center project, but really on any site plan and any projects that are proposed in the township.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
Thank you, Alyssa.
Thank you. Aaron.
My name's Aaron Curry. Boy, I grew up from 0 to 13 on Bowen Road. From that point forward, I was on Allen Road. About 80% of my life I've spent in Howell Township. I live in Cohocton Township now, just right over the border off of Chase Lake Road. My interest in serving the Planning Commission is to being familiar with zoning and planning and code, and having been on both sides of the table, whether it was to propose a project or to rule on it. My ambition to serve the Planning Commission is to serve the Board of Trustees. You guys put together code, you put together zoning, and that job is to be able to understand it and apply it as you guys put it forward. So my job is simply to come and assist you and be even with the community, and take my expertise of being in real estate for more than 30 years and apply it to the position. I'm long-term stable. I've lived in Livingston County my whole life. I've been married more than 30 years, have raised my kids here. My parents are still with me, and now my grandson's with me. So I'm happy to serve should you decide to choose me. Any questions I can answer?
Questions? I just have one, and it might surprise you. Did you use ChatGPT to write your letter to the Township Board?
No, I used my son. Now, he may have used ChatGPT to write my letter to the board.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Yep.
All right.
Any other questions for Aaron?
I do. Same question. You've made comments known about the data center.
Sure.
Your interest extends beyond the data center?
It sure does. Yeah, I'm here to serve the community long term. I've been here my whole life, and I will continue to serve.
You also sit on the Township's Board of Review. Do you have any issues with being able to perform both duties?
I have no issues with being able to perform both duties.
Okay. Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff Smith? I haven't seen Jeff.
Nope.
Okay. Dan?
My name's Dan Bonneau. I've lived in the township for 32 years. My experience is I have 2 degrees, one in architectural technology and a business administration degree. I've worked since I'm 68 now, retired, but my career spans from working for civil engineering and landscape and land surveying companies, architectural firms, on big scale projects. I've done some residential, but mostly hospitals and auto plants. I did the plans for the Kensington Metro Parks building. So I've been in the architecture and engineering fields for about 15 years of that, and then I owned and operated a home improvement company for 10 years, and then I worked as an insurance adjuster on catastrophe teams for 3 different insurance companies. So I was also a registered building code, building inspector, and that's pretty much my experience. So I do know all about ordinances, all about codes, and my interest in becoming on the Planning Commission is because I like the community and I want to see it grow, but I want to see it grow in a responsible manner, and side with the people to keep it as a rural community that they want, but with responsible growth. So that's it in a nutshell.
Okay, thank you. Questions?
Yeah, Mr. Bonello, it's kind of the same question I asked of another applicant. What was it that sparked your interest in this open seat?
Just being a resident here, and like I said, I love the community, and I want to see it develop, in a responsible manner. And as far as like zones for. A lot of it's got to do with zoning and where things are, and obviously, I do have an issue with the data center, and I'm not embarrassed to say it, but and how I stand on that. I don't think that property should be rezoned to, and there we do have industrial zoning in the township anyway. You go down McPherson, you got all those big buildings there. Anything along a freeway that's already has noise and big buildings that are here and already accepted, I think that's a place for a data center. But so that's where I stand. I'm not against data centers. It's just where they place the data centers, and that's part of the responsible zoning.
Just one follow-up question, if I may. Sure, Mr. Supervisor. All that being said, if you were to end up on the other side of these tables here, and you had a community yelling at you, saying maybe you took bribes, things of that nature, would you be able to hold your composure and not lash back at the community?
Oh, sure.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right.
Okay. Trent.
Good evening. My name is Trent Holman. I've been in Howell Township 23 years. Bought property in 2000, built myself, did the subcontracting and a lot of the work myself, raised a family. I was encouraged to apply for this position due to my interest in public service. Yeah, I can sit there and talk about changes to people, but I think I can better place myself in a position where I can help make changes and help the community to grow. We moved out here as sometimes people call it a compound. My mother-in-law lives by me, my uncle lives by me, and my family, and we want to continue keeping it a rural community as well as balancing the growth of it. We do need to continue to grow the community. That's inevitable. It's going to happen. My experiences in my past 30 years, I have developed processes to meet governmental regulations. My current position of Chief Operating Officer, I deal with regulations on a daily basis and developing processes and policies to meet those and keep us out of trouble and keep our company growing. And I'd like to bring those experiences to the commission.
Okay. Questions, concerns, thoughts?
I just have one question, Mr. Trent, and thanks again for being here and presenting. Reading through your letter, you stated that your interest in joining the commission stems from a recent concerns about the direction of certain township decisions. So what are the concerns you have about certain township decisions, or what are those decisions specifically that you're concerned with, as you stated in your letter?
Now, some of the decisions have not been made yet. I do want to adhere to the master plan and taking a look at the rural community and trying to maintain that, and I want to be part of those processes. Now, the master plan identifies areas for different growth areas, and I do believe the master plan's coming up for a redo, an update. I'd like to be a part of that so we can look at those areas and see what is the right place to do the continuous growth in the company or
Okay, any other questions?
No further questions.
Any
Thank
other
you.
Questions on the other end of the board? Okay, thank you, sir. All right, with that, I will make a recommendation to appoint Trent Holman to the open seat of the Planning Commission.
Move to accept the supervisor's appointment of Trent Holman to the vacant Planning Commission seat, term ending 12/31/27.
There's support.
Support.
Motion by Hohenstein, second by Bull. Discussion?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to thank everyone that came out. I think they're all good candidates. I hope if we ever have a vacancy again, you will reconsider, because I think you deserve to be here, but only one person could make it, so.
Absolutely. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
I oppose. I don't like the way you guys
Can we-
appoint people.
We got two people, two opposed?
Yep.
Okay. All right, we'll go to call to the public.
Oliver Champagne from Spring Lake. If you want to talk about order but not care about justice, you're a coward. And the fact that some of you, Bull being the only one that had the fucking goal to be able to even say no to this project clear as day, you set it back another time, you are cowards. People came here and showed up, a bunch of people, and there's not, it shouldn't, in a township like this, you never have meetings like this. It's so clear as day. Shame on you. I drove 2 hours here, and I will be back on December 8th, because I care about Michigan, I care about our water, and I care about protecting the people. You clearly don't, because people can show up day and night here talking to you, telling you from water to electricity bills to not actually creating that many jobs to destroying farmland. What else do they need to tell you? And you want to get mad for people interrupting? No, you're the interruption. You're the problem. You're going to get pissed at me for yelling at you? No, Shane Hogan, you're a coward. You're a coward. A data center is good for who? Because clearly you're making something. There is nothing beneficial from it unless you're a goddamn billionaire or being funded by them. No, you're a coward. I didn't even listen to any of you.
Okay, we're good then.
Nope, I got my 30 seconds. I still use them. Do your job. Learn how to do it. Yeah, you're not in my district. Because AI centers shouldn't be built anywhere near. Do your job.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Provenzel. I live at 245 Foxfire Drive. My husband and I, we moved out here in 2013 with our two young kids from Westland. We came from hearing gunshots and sirens out here to a nice, peaceful community. When we first moved out here, our power would go out every day, 3 to 5 times a day. I would reset the clocks, and I would wonder why I can't get into my garage. I called DTE, and they're like, oh, we have no clue what's going on. And that was on a beautiful sunny day. So the fact that we are considering a data center really scares me. As of this moment, I'm really tired. I'm tired because my husband and I work 50 to 60 hours a week to support our 2 kids in the life that we are trying to live out here. We do have a special needs daughter who we are constantly fighting for to get the support that she needs, and that was part of the reason why we moved out here also. And then I do have a high school senior this year who is in the FFA program through Fowlerville Public Schools that services the community. I want to know how I can go home to her tonight and tell her that all the work that she's doing in her class is making a difference. Because that's why those kids are in those classes. They're there to make a difference. So when you go home tonight, think about the difference that you want to make in the community and that impact that we have on each other. Because I know I'm tired, and I'm sure you guys are tired of being yelled at too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. This is what I had actually planned to say during.
Can we get your name and address,
yeah,
please?
Kristen
Sorry.
Dennison, 7196 Manor Lane.
Thank you.
To put it very politely, I'm exceedingly frustrated that my public comment was not included in the packet. The one that I emailed was not included in the packet or as an addendum. No one's public comment submissions were included. I'm sure there is probably some technical, legitimate procedural basis for that decision, but if I'm being honest, it reflects pretty poorly on the board, who is obviously already under significant public scrutiny. It feels like our voices are being silenced after being denied transparency for over 8 months, and it feels incredibly tone deaf at best. The moratorium is and was on the agenda, and any public comments like mine that were submitted electronically deserve to be heard and considered by the board, who has already kept far too much a secret from the community. Furthermore, our public comments serve as a public record to document exactly how we feel about this and any issue. So as you neglected to forward my public comment submission and that report that I attached to it to the full board and to the public, I would like to use this opportunity to delve into some areas of concern, most of which I did not even include in that original report. I will be using more than my 3 or 2 minutes or 30 seconds I have left, so can I get 6 hands?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I promise I'm not reading my entire lengthy report. So I appreciate a bit of extra time. Tonight and in the coming weeks, I encourage the board to give considerable thought and scrutiny to the true long-term implications of a hyperscale data center of this size in our small town. I don't just mean the environmental impacts or the noise or the water, though those are absolutely worthy of critical analysis, as I evaluated in great detail in that report. But the more I've been researching about the impacts of data centers, the more I realize our small town may be dangerously unprepared for and unaware of the true scope of unintended consequences, as the perceived benefits may be outshining the risks associated with them. Firstly, one of the benefits which no one is denying is the creation of hundreds, likely even thousands of construction jobs. This is a great thing for the construction industry, there's no doubt. However, despite the developers' claims that they'll try to hire local crews, the reality is there's no legislation requiring that of them. These projects require specialized experience, of which there may likely be none in our area. And upon looking at how other data centers around the country have been built, the vast majority of these crews are indeed not local. Has the township considered the implications of this? Where will the thousands of construction workers who may be here for more than a decade live? Will they be commuting in? What does that mean for traffic on 96, 59, Grand River? Oh yeah, we were informed last night that the developers are already pushing to have Grand River permanently routed. So can you imagine the traffic nightmare and headache of that project on top of the data center construction? But back to housing the workers, where will they live locally? The economic development officer in Albuquerque, who I spoke with, said that in their area, these crews set up and live in man camps with RVs and portables being set up around the construction site. Is Howell really okay with that? If not, where on earth is the housing for these crews? It simply doesn't exist right now. Such an influx will put tremendous upward pressure on rents and housing prices, which will inevitably price out local residents. One outcome of such a housing crisis will be to build more housing, likely more apartments and high-density multifamily units, the exact thing that this township and county residents largely want to avoid, even a reason that some folks cite in support of the data center. At least this land can't be converted to 1,000 homes. Well, if you bring in 1,000 construction workers, they're going to need 1,000 homes, so now we have a data center and more high-density housing. Second, that influx of workers will put significant strain on the local small businesses. What is the township preparing to do to help them plan and prepare for such an increase in demand for their goods and services? And beyond that, looking long term, when the construction ends or at least tapers off, What type of economic support is the township planning on providing to the local businesses when the demand tapers off with the construction? To do nothing would leave a massive economic collapse, as businesses no longer have the customer base to support their expanded operations and will be forced to downsize or close up entirely. So what does the township intend to do to support these businesses and the longtime local residents behind them through such periods of growth and expansion? How much will it cost to provide that support? Third, other municipalities, including ones much larger than our own, hire third-party economic and financial advising to help them evaluate the return on investment, account for other unforeseen costs involved with overseeing the development of such large projects like data centers, among other factors. And notably, they do this all before any rezoning approvals. Who has the township hired to fill this role? The developers have mentioned time and again how they will reimburse the township for infrastructure upgrades and expansion. And that sounds nice, and they should pay for that. But the reality is that without careful attention to how these agreements are structured, the financial liability will almost certainly remain on the township's books, not the developers. Should this project fall through, as Howell has firsthand experience with in the recent past, or should the industry crash or technology change so drastically that entire warehouses of servers can fit in a single closet, a possibility already being discussed in the technology sector, the financial liability for those infrastructure balances will fall on the township. Allowing them to fund an escrow, use payments in lieu of taxes, issuing bonds, using tax increment funding, etc., all places considerable burden and risk on the township if not carefully negotiated with the assistance of financial advisors well versed in avoiding any such loopholes. This data center is unprecedented, not just for the township, but also the county and arguably even the state of Michigan. We are in uncharted territory, and sorry to be blunt, but it would be foolish to proceed without some outside advisors helping us navigate this process. One side of the table is a multi-billion-dollar corporation with teams of expensive lawyers who have their propaganda, presentations, and negotiations down to a science. The other side of the table right now is just us, a small town with limited funds and practically zero experience in negotiating deals of this magnitude and significance. With all due respect to those currently involved with those negotiations, we simply don't know what we don't know, and the risks of overlooking something seemingly small may have disastrously enormous consequences. Fourth, it's no secret that data centers require huge amounts of electricity. Regardless of what you believe to be true about the potential impacts on residential utility bills, the township needs to consider the possibility that data centers, particularly large hyperscale ones such as this, will include some type of energy production and/or storage on site. If not now, then in the near future. Their site plan already accounts for several substations. What details do you know about those? What ordinances do we have? From what I can tell, none. To regulate the size, location, and impacts of these, especially within the RT zoning that they're requesting. Do you know, or did you know, that one of the ways data centers claim to improve the grid reliability that they're claiming is a benefit is by building battery energy storage systems on site and selling the excess capacity back to the grid? The developers, when I questioned them directly about this, did not deny this was a potentiality. And DTE also directly confirmed to me that this is definitely one thing data centers contract with them to do. As you likely know, BESS comes with substantial risks and concerns of their own, and are another thing the township completely lacks ordinances for. If this data center gets approved as is the township prepared for the risk and pushback if developers add BESS to their site plans? What can the township reasonably do at that point to protect the community's health and well-being? What kind of liabilities will the township face should residents experience harm from an unregulated use like that? And another possibility to consider that is almost inevitable: small modular nuclear reactors. These are drawing more attention in recent months as a potential means for data centers to supply their own energy on site. How does the township feel about a nuclear reactor being situated in the middle of agricultural and residential land? What protections or restrictions does the township have in place for such a possibility? And if this rezoning request is approved, what power would the township truly have to prevent this? And again, what kind of liabilities would the township face should these SMRs be built without a single ordinance on the books for them and something, God forbid, goes wrong? Has the township truly considered whether the substantial potential tax revenue is all good? Of course, all those zeros are appealing. Who doesn't like the idea of such a substantial financial boost? There's little argument that additional tax revenue could do tremendous good for the community. But as the saying goes, if it seems too good to be true, it probably is. The current board, and from what I've come to understand, particularly the supervisor, has done a phenomenal job of turning around a dire financial situation for the township. Clearly, the current board has a solid understanding of making healthy financial decisions, but reality is the current board will not be in charge forever. Whatever decisions were made in the past that nearly led the township to financial ruin could absolutely happen again in the future, with a single taxpayer making up such a substantial portion of revenue, from 33% at a minimum to over 83% or more if the total investment exceeds the initial $5 billion projection. If anything goes wrong with the AI sector, the township could face financial ruin like it's never seen before. From obsolete technology and facilities to the AI industry's bubble bursting to the Axe My Tax initiative passing and eliminating property taxes, any number of things could lead the township to losing a substantial portion of its revenue. So what does the township intend to do to protect the community's financial well-being in such an event? One option might be to formally sequester a significant portion of that revenue, thus only meaningfully collecting a significantly smaller portion of taxes with which to actually invest in the community. And while this would protect the finances, it would also significantly diminish the true financial benefit the township would reap. As far as I can tell, that's just about the only aspect of this that could be reasonably considered a benefit to the community. So now the township would be taking on all the risks that have been discussed ad nauseum with very little financial benefit to speak of. So wouldn't it make more sense to simply attract a smaller project with fewer negative community impacts and more long-term local jobs for the same modest and responsible amount of revenue? Another option would be to diversify the tax base. The only way this happens is by expanding economic growth in the very ways the community claims to want to avoid. Increase housing development, increase and expand commercial and industrial development. By bringing in more taxpayers from other sectors, you do shrink the portion of revenue collected from this one entity, and thus you shrink the risks associated with such a huge concentration from the data center. But this obviously comes at the cost of maintaining our small town character and appeal. It would mean a fundamental and permanent change to our township and the county, one that residents and this board have all overwhelmingly expressed opposition to. So please consider that the tax revenue alone is not necessarily the blessing that it may seem to be. A final thought I would like to ask you to consider is the type of community member this unnamed entity would actually be. They are no doubt exerting tremendous pressure on this board to pass the rezoning despite public opposition. They keep saying how they want to be a long-term community member, how they intend to take care of us and look out for us and value our input and concerns. Yet they're also telling you we can't do better than the conditions they're offering. But from a cursory dive into other existing ordinances, that's simply not true. We can do much better, and plenty of other municipalities already are. They are threatening to walk away if this doesn't happen on their timeline, and that someone less caring about our concerns will come next. They are also likely, possibly threatening, or at least alluding to, a lawsuit for one reason or another. Are these thinly veiled or even overt threats the mark of a caring and considerate community member? Is that type of manipulation and pressure the sort of character we want to bring into the community? I'd say those threats and that pressure is all the more reason to tell them no. A healthy relationship between any two individuals or entities does not involve pressure to move quicker than you're comfortable with, and it does not involve coercion. If proceeding on our terms or not at all means they make good on their threats to sue, then so be it. The public will support the board for having our backs. We do not want nor need a company willing to financially harm us in order to get their way. They can either prove their worthiness by backing off, as a developer in Kalkaska just rightfully and respectfully did, or they can prove our skepticism valid by trying to force their way in. Do not make hasty decisions out of fear. We have been just fine without a data center and will continue to be. Stand boldly with us and for us in the face of such undue pressure, come what may. In closing, I do hope my full report that I sent in can be distributed to the entire board for further analysis of all the issues surrounding data centers. I did not write it as a formal research paper, but I did cite over 50 sources and tried to make an honest evaluation of the pros and the cons. I know reading such a document can be tedious, but the significance of this decision deserves a significant investment of time and attention, which I know all of you are putting in. Thank you for the opportunity to share my concerns tonight, and please don't hesitate to reach out to me to discuss these matters in more detail.
Thank you.
Mine will be very short. This is Maggie Tonks again. I just have a question or a concern about the candidate that you're picking for the Planning Commission. I think it's a terrible time to pick a candidate to come on board. Everyone, I'm sure, that is considering this has an opinion, either positive or negative. I just don't see it being a good idea. I mean, you've asked, someone said he was, for, we know one person was for it, but you didn't choose him. And also regarding planning, these people, I think, should live in the township, not just be part of the county. I mean, I think they should actually not just own property here, but live and care about it, to develop it, not someone that has a business interest, like maybe a realtor. So that's all I want to say. I just think choosing a candidate right now or to fill that position, which it's been open for months, I understand. In fact, I think it was even back in March it was open. So I'm sorry, that's all I want to say. I really think you need to consider choosing someone at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Dan Wallahan again. Couple things, comments I want to make. First, I heard talk on exclusionary zoning. Doesn't really apply here. It would be spot zoning, no. But we have industries east of Burkhart, south of Grand River, Emmons. That's a good place for something like a data center, which is industry if you're going to do it. DTE, they're sticking their necks in there. They're corrupt as can be. Duopoly, they control the state. And they'll raise our rates more, and we're going to be paying for it. Hear lots about back channel stuff about lawsuits and threats. Big law is beatable. I've personally beaten Dickinson Wright, who's the attorney firm for the developer. I've beaten Goodman Acker, the solo practitioner. They're beatable. My wife has beaten big law. Don't be scared of them. Do the right thing, follow your planning and county planning commission. You have some backup here. If they threaten your jobs, you do the right things, you'll win. We'll have your back. I've run more elections than I can count. Now, if the wrong thing happens, well, 2013, Genoa, they tried to widen and pave my dirt road when I lived there. $3,000, I killed the millage. After I left Genoa, the board got fired, newer board, different board, got fired over Latson development. Green Township, Goshen, Eagle Township, they all got recalled. I know how to run a recall campaign, get that going 24, 48 hours. I don't want to go that route. I'd rather go defense and say, our board did a good job, let's protect them. Please do the right thing, or you're going to create a lot of extra work for me.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jason Montier, 3450 Amber Oaks Drive. Not for the data center in that area. For data centers, I see a need for it, but yet I don't see a need for it. My biggest concern is energy usage. My brother-in-law is been working for DTE at the coal-fired plant down in Monroe, or Frenchtown Township, now for about 7 years. They are looking at closing that plant. I think it's supposed to be happening in 2026 or 27, so it's coming up pretty close. He's not sure exactly what he's going to be doing after that. So I don't see how all these different data centers that they're wanting to build and plan, where that extra power is coming from. And I know that in previous summers, we've been asked, hey, turn up your thermostat, we don't want your air conditioner running, and so forth. We've also had issues with brownouts, in our subdivision at least, here in Howell Township. So those are some of my concerns about it. I appreciate all you guys' being here late, hearing all these people talk and so forth. In addition to that, I had a question more specifically about And I don't know if there's been any updates since I last read about in meeting minutes, but Wrangler Saloon, as far as that being demolished, torn down, it just looks to be an eyesore for one, but two, the roof is in really bad shape, and I don't know if it's going to make it through the winter, and the one wall looks like it's already bowing out quite badly. And I see cars parked there, you know, just hanging out and things right next to it. So just something, I guess, does anybody know what's currently going on with that project?
They're working on a development at this point, but we can look into it and keep it moving forward.
Yeah, I guess just some updates on that project as far as where they go, or maybe just fencing it off for the time being until they do tear it down. So, all right.
Thank you. Anyone else for call to the public? All right, moving on to reports. Supervisor report. Unfortunately, everybody left. The NDA is a big question. I did sign an NDA. The reason I signed the NDA is realtor comes in with a resident, not a Van Gilder, presents a project to us, and the realtor is underneath the NDA. So in order to get into the room to understand this $1 billion project, we're requested to sign an NDA. So I did sign the NDA. We did go into the room. Nothing was ever disclosed on who this company was. Any of the information that was given in those meetings was released. So, you know, that's what I got. And I think it was Steve that said I screwed up. Maybe I did. But I also have a fiscal responsibility that if that project would have been some small seed company that happened to sit in the middle of a field and not been a problem, went to the next township over, and it was found out that, well, you didn't want to send an NDA for this simple little itty bitty project, it kind of holds me responsible for a large tax base going away. So I did not see an issue signing an NDA going into that. I know how to get out of NDAs. I work in an industry that uses NDAs on a regular basis. So that is, I did do it. Maybe I screwed up, maybe I didn't. But before any meetings were made public, we had them rescinded. So legal counsel helped us with that to make sure they were true and clearly gone. So unless you have any questions of the supervisor, we'll move on to treasurer.
Mr. Supervisor.
Sure.
I would like to entertain a discussion about releasing the FOIA, the 900-page FOIA that was shared with the board as a matter of transparency for all the public. If the board would be interested in publicly posting that FOIA that has been fulfilled. So that's all.
I don't have a problem with it.
Okay.
It's a public document now.
Yeah,
exactly.
Once it's done and paid for, it's a public document. I don't have a problem.
What would be the method? And I guess, Chris, what is there should be no legal issue with that, like you said.
No problem. They're all public records anyways, so we wouldn't have any opposition to it.
So it'd literally be the link to the Dropbox? Is that how we release it?
Yeah, we'd have to figure out where's the easiest way to host. I don't know how large the PDF is as a single file, so, but we could figure something out.
Okay.
Because couldn't we do it on our webpage somehow so anybody that goes there could see it?
Possible. I am
guess
not the guy.
I don't know.
Matt?
I'm not the IT
You'd have
person. I
to,
have no idea.
you'd have to just look at the size of things. Perhaps like a folder structure or something, compressing the documents and whatnot to like make it consumable. You'd also want to look at this, there could be some size constraints on the website that say only certain documents of certain size can be uploaded. So you just have to figure it out, right? I'm sure our tech team can help us with that or whatever. So
I think it was 149 megabytes.
that's a lot of documents.
I couldn't send it to anybody. So.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to send something like that via email.
Okay. Any concern with releasing that? Not hearing any.
Shall I make
opposite?
a motion? Or are we good?
I think we're good.
Okay.
I don't see.
I don't have a problem with it.
I think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
Release it.
Any other questions, supervisor? Treasurer?
You have the report, so that's it.
Okay. Clerk?
We're just kind of busy with FOIAs. Inundated with them. Other than that, we're trying to get the things done that need to be done.
Okay, I lost. Very sorry. Can we go back to the treasurer? Just real
Sure.
quick, if Jonathan
Sorry.
doesn't mind. Is a real quick question. On the, I believe it's the permit revenues, there's a line item known as enhanced access fees. Could you explain what that is for me?
So those are the fees that people pay when they use their card.
Okay, simply that, just a card processing fee.
It is, and so this is also the old processing company, and this will be the last report you get, because we've moved on to the new company, and so we don't, the old company, despite us trying to get out of it, would send us money back. We asked if they could reduce the rate instead, and they said no. So,
Okay.
yeah, so that's what these numbers are.
Yeah, I saw separation of, so they take a chunk and we get a chunk of that. Is that
Yeah, so
right?
like, year to date, they've sent us $85. So,
Okay,
yep.
thank you. That's what I suspected it was. I just wanted a clarification. So thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
Okay, any questions of the clerk before I move on to the clerk?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you. Zoning, report,
I have one for zoning.
okay?
I attended a Michigan Township Association meeting a month or so ago, and what I did learn in that meeting is our board, in the ADU ordinance, restricted that to only family, but then when I go to the Michigan Township Association meeting, they tell me that that's just opening, you said that, Mr. Patterson down there, I believe. You're opening yourself up to a constitutional violation by limiting ADUs to just family. I think that needs to be looked back into. Weren't you there, Chris?
I'm assuming maybe you're thinking of the docket in the afternoon. I'm assuming maybe it was the hot topic. I didn't present on ADUs at that conference, so I'm thinking it's somebody else.
It was at Osceola Township.
Okay,
I didn't know if you
definitely
were-
not me.
I didn't know if you were there or not. But anyway, I think that needs to be looked into before the township gets sued.
Okay. Anything else under zoning? Assessing, got a report, fire authority. Reaffirmation of our health and healthcare savings plan. Basically, they took the longevity of the retiring firefighters rather than having it be covered going forward. They are putting $30,000 or $3,000 a year into a health savings account. So when they do retire, they'll have that gap between the time they go on to Medicaid, Medicare, that they can use that money. So as opposed to before, they had their medical covered from the time they were retired till they decided to take that. That's just a longevity cost for the town or for the fire authority that they wanted to bring down. Engine 22, which has been a heartache for several months, was back out of service. They got it back for a minute and then it went back in. Next month we'll be able to report that, there's a replacement and hopefully that engine will have been sold. Had a long discussion on the radio system. I think we've covered this a couple of times. The 800 megahertz system the county doesn't want to invest in. Sounds like there's actually some movement moving forward that they're going to put the extra towers in, but those are not going to be funded. So it's still going to fall back onto each individual using it, fire, EMS, sheriff, and everything else to cover the maintenance on those, which is the radios and the contracts and all of that stuff. And I think that was about it. Okay, questions of fire authority?
What radios do you use right now?
Well, there's two different systems. VHF is the one that is used for dispatching, so both EMS and fire uses that. So 911 will hit a tone, tone opens up all their pagers. That's how they respond. As soon as that tone happens, they go into an 800 system. That was supposed to be the new and the latest and the greatest. Been in existence, probably 25 years, there's not enough towers to give coverage, good coverage around the county. So Howell area fire does really well because the tower is here. When you get down into the Green Oaks and the Putnams and the people that get out, further, that 800 system does not work well. They run into issues when they're inside a structure, they'll lose radio service and things like that. So the goal is, the original plan was there was, I believe, 5 or 6 towers supposed to be across the county when it was originally implemented. And 20 years ago, we're still working off the 1 tower. So now we're pushing to get the other towers in that were needed years ago to be able to, but the VHF system is also there's calls not being received. So, EMS people, they sleep at night and they got their pager there, and the pager is supposed to wake them up when they have a call to get in the ambulance and go service people. They're actually sleeping with their 800 radio, because if the minuter or the pager doesn't go off, Central will start calling them on the 800, and they'll wake up and be able to hear the 800 being called. So it's a huge issue. So hopefully the county will move forward on all of the funding for the 911 comes from your service fee on your phone bill. It was set at like $1.75 way back when the law was passed. It can be up to $3 now. The county has no interest in moving to that $3 mark in order to fund this type of stuff. They want to stay on that low tax base thing, so they feel that moving from $1 to $3 is an additional tax. So it's a mess.
So where are the funds going to come from to put the towers up? You said you guys would be responsible for maintenance.
The county has the money.
Are they going to spend it to put the towers up?
Yes. Okay. They're investing in the towers themselves. But an example, there was federal money that came. Mr. Barrett brought it, I believe. I can't say for sure. It was like $400,000, and the reality is that they'll put a foundation in for one of these things. They're about $1 million a tower, so you got, and then the maintenance is thousands and thousands of dollars a year. So plus all of the individual radios, they all have to be coded to match that 800 system using those towers.
Okay, so how does Fire Authority plan to pay for the maintenance then? Are you looking at like how much that's going to be? And I mean, we were talking earlier about how much fire trucks were. Yep. And I mean, fire trucks keep going up, and now you're adding additional items of maintenance.
A lot of the maintenance comes into the radios. I think a portable radio, I think right now is about $3,000. So these guys are carrying them into fires, and things happen to them. They get dropped, that's part of the maintenance. Originally, when the 800 system was set up, county did cover all the radios. Each department got X amount of radios per year, but they've stepped away from that. So now each individual department has to buy their own radios. So that type of maintenance. Something they're very accustomed to. I mean, they've been paying for the maintenance for years, but they'll be happy if they have the towers to maintain, honestly. So. Okay. Any other questions of Fire Authority? MHOG? Got to go back a month, not yesterday.
I have my notes from yesterday. So 56 million gallons of water for October, update on the Marion Cross Country Main. The open cut on Cedar Lake and Norton Road is complete. Their directional drilling is part of Schedule A. And then the DNR property where they hid that very, very soft peat that was causing some structural issues. They're getting preliminary contract pricing from their structural engineer, and they're going to work with the general contractor to put a price together to figure out how much that's going to cost. We did have to do a change control, about $20,000, give or take. It's important to note, actually, that Greg and the whole MHOG team have done a really good job We've not done, this is actually the first change control we've done. And I'd say they're probably about 60 to 70% done with the project. So that's pretty dang good. They have spent nothing of the contingency budget yet so far. So overall, I think they're doing pretty good considering what they've been running into. We did a development review. All of that's going very well. And then fall hydrant flushing is complete. So,
okay. Any questions of them, Hog? Planning Commission.
So the Planning Commission had 2 meetings since we met last. The first one was on October 28th. That was a fairly light meeting. The minutes are in front of you. We did introduce the Data Center Committee to the PC. It was well received. I think since then they've had some reorganizational structure. They've met a few times, and I think they would like to present that to the board if they can. If that would be okay.
Anybody have an issue with that? Sure. Go.
Hello again. When this, do I need to state my name?
I'm sorry?
Do I need to state my name again? Or are we good?
Does she need to state her name again?
Oh, no, you're
Okay.
good.
When this committee was formed, it was approved and created for the purpose of aiding the township, to provide an extension of resources in order to better explore what ordinances and regulations others utilize for newer uses such as data centers and related developments like cryptocurrency mining, battery energy storage systems, etc. But limited detail and committee structure was determined when it was formed. The purpose of the committee, as approved by the board, was to gather and analyze information and relay it to the township for further review, simply to ensure that they had additional resources and further opportunity for due diligence with these newer uses being brought before the community. Afterward, we were strongly advised by the township to not make any changes to the number of committee members or to the members themselves. We were also advised not to assume a role that interacted with the public, as the public already had avenues to directly contact the board and the Planning Commission. We were asked to assign roles and told we could reorganize as we saw fit, but with the stipulation that chair positions could not also be board members, as this would be a conflict to have a committee chairperson present to the same board that they also sat on. It is our understanding that because we are not writing or crafting ordinances and regulations from scratch, and only researching and passing information along to the township for further review, the meetings the committee has are not subject to OMA requirements, and we would like confirmation on that topic. We need some guidance, please. At our last PC meeting, the Planning Commission seemed very supportive of this committee, and we were encouraged, in the interest of being a truly resident-led committee, to ensure that the citizen residents served as the only chair and voting members on the committee, with the township officials serving in a supportive oversight capacity. With the above information in mind, the citizen residents of the committee have composed our organizational structure and request the township's approval. We hope that this additional information provides clarity and respectfully request that we be given the opportunity to fulfill our role. Thank you for your consideration. And I do have the organizational structure to give to you guys too.
Okay.
I don't know if you want me to read that out loud too.
Sure, yeah, we gotta understand
okay.
what we're working with here.
Sure. Resident Research Advisory Committee. Objective: the Resident Research Advisory Committee is a resident-led advisory group established to gather, analyze, and present information relevant to ordinances and regulations, including but not limited to the following uses: cryptocurrency mining, data processing facilities, battery energy storage systems, etc., to Howell Township. Its purpose is to help protect public interest by identifying potential impacts on water, air, energy, land use, noise, emergency services, taxation, community character, and more, and by recommending for review appropriate related regulatory safeguards and ordinances. Provide research-based recommendations to Howell Township that are aligned with the master plan and future land use map and pertain to ordinance and regulatory updates and zoning protections to assist with well-thought-out long-term planning decisions. Recommend responsible development that prioritizes the health, safety, quality of life, financial, and other interests of township residents, and the sustainability of shared resources through effective, well-researched planning and regulation. The committee operates independent of developers and utilities, collaborates closely with township officials, and serves as an extension of resources with citizen-resident perspective. Its conduct shall be to adhere to township requirements, to operate in a safe manner for all members, to conduct all business in a respectful, professional, and collaborative manner within and outside of committee meetings, to ensure all members focus on the intent and purpose of the committee. Board members sit on the committee for oversight, and final decision on what information to put forward to the township will be made by majority vote of the citizen resident members. In the event of a tie, there will be a rotating tiebreaker decision from one of the two co-chairs. And we also, at the advice of the township, chose a different co-chair because we can't have Mr. Wilson sit as co-chair because he also sits on the board, was the advice we were given. And so we wanted to name Corey Alchin as the other co-chair, myself a co-chair, and I'm already listed that way. Kristen Dennison we wanted to designate as secretary, and Dan Bonello as treasurer. And then those are the committee members. And then the advisory members, we have Brent Kilpella, Bob Wilson, and Tim Bull. Thank you.
Okay.
So the question was, since they were formed by motion before, do we need a motion to accept this from the board? I think.
I mean, it probably doesn't hurt, in my opinion. I have another follow-up question when we're done with this one.
I don't have a problem with what they're doing. I mean,
I'm sorry?
I don't have a problem with what they're doing. I don't think we need to vote on it. I just let them do what they want to do. If you want to vote, we'll vote.
Well, I would say that the board took a position and voted to make you the chair and to make Tim, I believe, the co-chair, and that was the structure of the committee. And now, without any board approval or disapproval, the structure's changed. So we certainly, as a board, need to evaluate these changes and see if it fulfills the intention of the board.
Okay.
I also have a question. Since they're not all residents,
Hang on one second.
I'm co-chair, and Mr. Wilson is co-chair currently. That's how the structure is currently laid out.
That was on that restructuring?
No,
that was
how,
original.
that's how the committee was originally set up.
Right, okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Sorry to interrupt, Sue.
so aren't they supposed to all be residents of the township?
Is Kristen the only member that's not a township resident? Yeah, okay.
This is all new, so, I mean, that's at the discretion of us, I guess. I mean,
Well, my only goal was to give the citizens an opportunity to have a part in this, so.
May I just weigh in a little bit on that? I do live only, obviously, 2 miles or so away as the crow flies from the data center proposed site, which is a lot closer than a majority of Howell Township does. The facility would be directly across the street from Handy Township. The township line to the north is only a mile beyond the property line as well for Cohocton and Conway. The municipal water, MHOG, would also draw from Marion, Genoa, Osceola townships. That's 7 counties directly affected by this. So it's true I'm not a Howell resident, so I don't know if there's like a, technical legal ramification of it.
That's what I want to know. And how would the residents feel that somebody from Cohocton Township is representing them and making their decisions.
Right. Well, that's
just
kind
my
of what I was
concern.
speaking to is, as it is right now, Howell is the only one with a official say in the matter, but all these other townships do have vested interests, so, whoops, as long as there's not like a technical reason, I think,
Is that a problem or no?
No, it's an ad hoc committee that the board created.
Okay.
The qualifications of it are at the board's discretion.
Okay.
Personally, I think, I realize that she's not a resident, but I think Kristen has a lot of information to provide.
So the question I had is actually for Chris. And so Corey and I had we've had a couple conversations in communication, and I provided him with your, is it a legal letter that you provide? And one of them was about the Open Meetings Act. And so I guess that goes to the question of, do you have any issues with them not complying with the Open Meetings Act as you've heard their committee is organized?
I'd have to see the documents. I don't know, when you say opinion, you could be referring to like an e-letter that I've written. There was a recent Michigan Supreme Court case that sort of confused the process. It's Pine Brook versus Warren. We've talked about it. I've lectured on it. It's an unfortunate case that complicates the situation. So listening to my ear is a little bit different than discerning it by being able to read it. So I would want to sort of reserve that to, if this is what the direction you're going, I kind of need to understand comparing that in relation to the board's direction. Generally, it seems probably unlikely, because if I'm gathering it correctly, it's really a fact-finding body to gather stuff, no decision-making, no deliberation on public policy. That should fall outside that case, but it's a little conflated the way that it was decided by the Supreme Court, so it needs to be looked at.
I believe erring on a side of caution and making it subject to the Open Meetings Act would only further ensure transparency through this process. So I wouldn't understand why these should be a closed session. It was said that there's discussions on what evidence or information to present the board. All that acts as an advisory committee to the board that helps the board formulate its decisions. So I really don't see how this committee could be exempt from the Open Meetings Act as it's been presented, personally.
Are you currently meeting at private residence and scheduling it when it works for your schedule? Yeah.
Well, so we only had one formal meeting scheduled, and it got canceled. So we haven't.
Okay. So you haven't met yet?
No, I mean, we've been communicating, but we haven't officially started anything because we don't have a structure approved yet. So that's what we're here, so we can start. Like I research on my own. I'm sure, we all research on our own, but we haven't done any formal, committee business yet because we're here tonight to
We're not
get the ball
writing
rolling.
ordinances either.
Right.
I think
Right.
speaking to that point about the Supreme Court case, we did look at that, and as a resident research committee, that is the whole intent, is that we comply with that court case, because their issue was they were writing ordinances directly to the township board, from my understanding. With recommendations. We are not doing that.
So I did research that case that you're talking about, Chris, and I think that was taken in that context, that they were actually doing quite a bit. It was locally too, wasn't it? Like Royal Oak, somewhere down southeast Michigan.
So it's a little complicated. It's recommendations that they made on an application. One of the things that's problematic about the case is there's a line in there used to relate to, you draw the line on whether it was a deliberation or decision on policy. The court sort of has a conjunctive test. There's a part where they said, well, the fact that city council received the materials from them and then accepted it with no further deliberation seemed to suggest that effectively, they thought practically there must have been meetings that were occurring in violation of the Open Meetings Act. So it's a little bit more than just suggesting the structure alone can prevent the problem with that case. That's why that case causes some problems with committees now. So I'm just saying it needs to be looked at. I don't know the answer tonight, but.
Did they write ordinances in that situation?
My memory is that it's recommendations on applications for marijuana licenses. It's a city, not a township, and it came with actually staff involved at the city level. And it was a question of whether or not that committee that didn't meet in compliance with the Open Meetings Act had violated it when those applications came before the council with no deliberation and were then accepted and awarded.
Chris, I have a question.
Yes.
Do we remove ourselves from any conflict if we remove the advisory committee members, 2 being board members and 1 being an employee of the township?
Do you remove concern?
Do we remove the conflict of the Open Meetings
Does
Act
the issue go
potentially?
away if Brent the assessor, Bob the trustee?
Oh, no,
and Tim
that's not
trustee
the
goes
issue.
away?
If you potentially are still creating the committee and you're asking them to do something that falls within the line of that case, then the issue still arises. Because you're right, you're cloaking them with some official capacity on behalf of the board. It's not an issue that you have 2 board members and the assessor on there.
Does anyone have an objection with providing their paperwork as they have laid it out to Chris for review?
No, that was going to be my recommendation.
I don't have any issue with that at all.
Yeah, to get us that information so we can look at it, number one. Our next meeting's only 2 weeks away. I would go for a consensus of the board that they have no issue of them continuing to meet and working on whatever they're working on under that structure in the next 2 weeks. But
They haven't met yet. They haven't met yet.
right, but if they wanted to get together and start working towards that direction, I'm not hearing anything that is anybody's absolutely opposed to this, but I think we need to make it right.
Sure.
And I think the other question would be is, how is the information relayed back to the planning commission? Is that gonna go, is one of the co-chairs gonna bring that information back? Is it gonna go through Tim being the liaison of the planning commission, or that would be the other?
Just in theory, I would think that, and that's another thing we need to, because we weren't sure where the moratorium was gonna go, is the planning commission, is it gonna be referred to the planning commission to start crafting an ordinance on data centers at this point? Or is that gonna just come down further down the line? That would come from us, correct?
Historically, it doesn't have to. And that's one of the things I've been thinking about, is that if we'd maybe been a little more on the ball and thought about it all the way through, we could have made that motion a while ago and we'd be 2 months ahead, right? So there's no reason the planning commission can't take it up, especially considering that we voted for the moratorium to be put in place. Even though we didn't make a formal recommendation for them to look into it, there's no reason that they can.
So my thought would that they would be working with the planning commission in the crafting of an ordinance. So I know there's a couple examples out there, but if you're saying we don't need approval of this board to actually start doing it, we will need some guidance at the planning commission level, I would think, though.
Well, the thing that I've thought is, I don't know how the interaction between them and the planning commission works. If it's at meetings, then we don't have to make really any other accommodation. If it is, Tim, I don't know if you were on the board when this happened, but when Joe was zoning administrator, and the planning commission, they kind of set up this subcommittee of the planning commission to review things first with Paul, and then, the goal was to get a lot more work done in between meetings. And so that when it got back to the planning commission, a whole bunch of extra steps had already taken place, as opposed to, I know you've been on there and you guys have.
It was just a subcommittee, right?
Right, but
They
they've looked at ordinances for 6 months, and it goes back and forth, and you can kind of, and I'm not saying you have to cut down that time, but it does provide the opportunity to cut that time down. But if that's gonna happen, then we need to be, if they're meeting with the planner, we need to, as a board, say that we're okay with that, whatever that financial cost is, either set a cap on it or say that we understand that's gonna happen.
I thought they were a research committee.
Well, I need to understand how they're gonna interact. That's what I'm trying to get at.
That's where we're trying to get to that full structure.
Could we present to the planning commission get a spot on the agenda?
So you want it to happen at the planning commission meetings with your slot on there when you're discussing these? Okay.
And are we allowed to email things to you guys and the planning commission? How does that work so that we're not violating anything? Do we have to wait and only present pieces at the planning commission? Is that the direction? I'm sorry.
So you can't be having a discussion with planning commission members.
Okay.
So if you email things to me, obviously that's how things get on the planning commission agenda.
Okay.
Is by getting it to me. So I need to know from the board if it comes to me and it's information Is this something you want me to send to Paul as well? Again, it's incurring cost. I just need to make sure we're comfortable with it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't want to oversimplify it, but we have subcommittees like the Shiawassee River Committee, right? We have that committee. Why not just have this committee, as Corey had recommended, like have a spot on the on the Planning Commission agenda?
Well, that's what the Planning Commission discussed.
Yeah.
And that's what essentially we agreed to. I just want to make sure I understand what the board's direction is. I don't want to do things that incur costs that then get us in trouble later because the board didn't know about it, didn't approve the cost. So if it's just in front of the Planning Commission, there'd be no additional
costs
cost.
are you thinking?
If we're doing additional things, they said that they want to be on the Planning Commission meeting, so that means they're not meeting with Paul, right? But if there's other stuff going on in between, that's where, if we're contracting with, anytime Paul touches an ordinance, that costs us money.
But they're not doing anything with ordinances. They're a research committee. They're fact finding, that's it.
So they can present the information to the planning committee, and Paul or our planner will be there anyway, so there should.
Or the planning commission could take that information.
The planning
and have
commission
Paul
could
look
do
at
it. The planning commission could make
And
that.
we'll already have the planner there, so if it
All right.
occurs during the planning commission meeting.
I mean, if there's
If
too much like confusion, or like, I would say then, like, we should, as a board, we should probably officially disband the committee and let them do their own thing. That's what I would then recommend. That's probably the cleanest, but I understand the benefit of saying they're a research committee that then presents back to the planning commission.
I would add that the planning commission was unanimous in support. They are wanting the support.
I'm not debating that. I'm not debating that, Corey.
Yeah.
It's certainly a unique situation. We typically don't have advisory committees to the planning commission other than the one you spoke of and our planner, of course. And I am kind of with Matt. It's almost better to disband this and let the community do what it does and make contact with the planning commission at this point. I guess I got maybe a follow-up question to something that was stated about your roles. Did you state that Dan would be the treasurer of this committee?
Yeah, and I apologize.
That's
We
okay.
thought that we had to assign somebody as secretary and treasurer.
Okay.
We don't plan on spending any money.
It's just getting into more questions. What's this committee need a treasurer for? Is the township financially responsible
We
now
definitely
for
don't plan on
hosting
using any money.
meetings? So that's all. If it's not needed, then I guess I'd look to the board as what's the direction from here.
Well, I mean, we established it. They've made some slight changes. I think we get those changes to Chris to make sure that we don't have any issues. As long as we don't have any issues, then I say, because what I've heard from them and from us is they'll interact at the planning commission level, which means no additional funds needed.
Mhm.
So I say that we do that, we get Chris's review. As long as everything's all right, we'll let them know, and then they can get started on their stuff. We'll make sure anytime that this stuff's on the agenda for the planning commission that they're on there. And that allows them to participate in the whole process. Does that sound acceptable?
Yep. I really want us to be able to see the structure that was written.
Yeah.
And so, not tonight, but.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say, I can
If you
bring-
can
I
just send
brought
it
a
to
few
Jonathan, he
copies.
can forward it out, and then, if there's
Okay.
more questions next month, or in 2 weeks, we can cover that and
Okay.
take care of any details, because we'll maybe have Chris's report. It's only 2 weeks away, so. Okay, I think we're good?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Also, just real quick, we had a planning commission meeting last Tuesday, and there was a rezoning which will be coming, I don't think, will it make it by December?
No, it should make the county December meeting.
Okay, so
It was sent over
we
today,
won't
the
see it until
files.
January at
So
this
it should
level.
be
But it-
January.
It was to rezone 2 parcels on Thule Road, and it was a split vote, so it didn't get approved, but it'll end up here.
Okay.
Question for the supervisor perhaps. On a split vote, what does that mean? I mean, ultimately it's an advisement, so just the same, it comes to the board.
Still,
but
it's a
not
no vote, so.
It's a no vote as
Yeah.
a
If it doesn't get approved, then it's a denial.
I got you. Understood. Thank you.
Okay. All right, anything else for planning commission? CBA?
Nothing.
Nothing? Wastewater treatment plant?
The only item on there is the biotech agronomics contract that needs to be renewed. They are the company that spreads the biosolids onto farmers' fields. To my knowledge, they are the only company in the state that does that. And so our contract is up. We had, Sue did send it to Greg and James to look at, and they didn't see any issues with it.
And they said it was a good price for it.
Okay.
Did they find the air leak?
They did.
They did.
Was it the good one or the bad one?
It's good.
It's the good news.
It was the good one?
Yeah.
What, I'm sorry, Tim, what was your question?
Did they find the air leak?
Oh,
They had an air leak they were
fighting.
digging up.
Going out to the sand.
Is there a motion for the,
Move to accept the agreement with Biotech Agronomics for 3 years as presented.
Support.
motion by Hohenstein, second by Doss, discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Anything else wastewater?
That's it.
Hull Parks and Recreation.
The report's in there.
Okay. Any questions of that? Property Committee?
Nothing.
Parks and Recreation Committee?
You do have a report in there. There will be another one in the next board packet, and most likely the board will also see the plan for the park at the next meeting. Well, maybe not December. Depends on how December plays out.
Okay. Shiawassee River Committee, no report there. Disbursements?
Move to accept the disbursements as presented and any normal and customary payments for the month.
Support.
Motion by Hohenstein, seconded by Counts. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Support.
Motion by Counts, second by Doss. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
We are adjourned.